Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some Overwatch 2 here. Yes. OW2s. Yep. See where things go here, guys. I think I am not ordering an X3D chip. After what we saw with the benchmarks of 7950 X3Ds, the 7900 X3D chips or reviews have not come out yet, which means the NDA hasn't been lifted yet, which generally means AMD is not confident in them in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. I think I'm going to probably buy a 13900K. Yeah. Here we are, guys. Here we are. I mean, Intel has really deep pocketbooks, so they can afford to be bad for a couple of years. Which is the case Intel is in right now. They're kind of sort of competitive on the low/mid range, but they don't obviously have a high-end product that's worth buying. And I think as long as they market things properly, I think they can afford to take losses, and eventually they'll get good enough to be competitive with both AMD and Intel, or AMD and NVIDIA. Getting into the chip business for either CPUs or GPUs is incredibly complicated and expensive. And there aren't many companies that can actually tackle that. Intel is one of them, though, so I would not put it past, obviously putting aside the fact that they have expertise in other areas. They've been doing integrated GPUs for years at this point, and obviously it's not the same as can be seen with their first foray. I think they can, and I think they have the means to do so. They can be negative because of their business model. They could be negative on GPUs for a while and be able to still get out of it. AMD was negative on CPUs for quite a while, and GPUs kind of not really doing too hot, and they still managed to pull out, but that was much more difficult. AMD, what they did with Ryzen was much more difficult than I think Intel is going to have with making a new GPU, so I definitely think it can be done. Oh. We'll see. I fully suspect that they're going to continue to release GPUs. Probably not as likely as, AMD and NVIDIA continuing to release GPUs every year, but I'm pretty sure that they're just going to be here until they either hit it off or they take a ginormous launch. So maybe they'll can things in like 5 to 6 years if they aren't positive, but I think they're going to be here for probably the next 5 years at least, making new GPUs before they can it. A lot of this stuff takes a long time. They probably thought that they can make money doing it, and they had the expertise to do so. They're expanding their market. I mean, obviously, it's AMD versus GPU. Everyone generally needs a GPU, and I guess they thought they can do it better and cheaper to make enough money to offset the fact that they're getting into it, and also make a bigger name for themselves. There's a lot of reasons to do it, but there's also a lot of reasons not to do it, right? Like, you could just say, oh, they're making plenty of money in CPUs, but then there's someone there that was like, hey, we can make more money doing GPUs, and we kind of already do GPUs with integrated graphics, which is entirely true. So eventually they just got to the point where they're like, hey, yeah, we could actually do this as like a full-time thing. Like, they basically expanded on something they're already doing with it, which is integrated graphics. I still don't understand why they kept putting integrated graphics into their processors, but that's where they were, and they kept doing it. So yeah, adds cost to each CPU, and not everyone, most people don't use it unless they're in an integrated sector. Like if you're really low on computers for businesses, for instance, where you need to have integrated graphics. But their high-end CPUs have integrated graphics too, and what the fuck's the point of that? Almost no one's going to use it except as a backup. Okay, so the 7900 X3D reviews are not out today. And as such, I don't think I'm going to buy one. I don't think I'm going to wait for 7800 X3D either. I think I'm going to buy a 13900K. And tonight I think we're going to look at motherboards. Core parking explained. Oh, this is something that Kikuru did. Understanding and misinformation. Uh-oh. Is this, by the way, a lot of the ideas that they get for their videos are just like straight off Reddit comments. I wonder if that's related to a Reddit thread I've made. Posted in multiple places that I think they should, test a partially bloated Windows install, including here. Always fucking weird when you don't get any replies to something that's quite a bit different than everything else, but it still makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so partially bloated Windows install would basically be what happens if you play or you use a computer and you install stuff on it because you use the computer. Yeah. Imagine actually playing games on your computer and doing other things on it other than playing games. Sterile test environment is basically just a fresh install of Windows, which is what most benchmarkers use, and then whatever tools they have, and that's it. And it is nowhere in any way, shape, or form close to what most gamers are running, because gamers actually use their computers. They don't just play a game on it and then turn it off. That's not the way the world works. 200 tabs? I wonder how many tabs I have open. I actually have a lot because I have a couple open here for stuff I was going to buy. I have probably about 200 tabs open here. Thinking about me, but most people probably have 20 to 30 open. That's my guess. Unless you're just someone that does like one thing in Chrome and closes it. We'll repost it. Maybe you got lost in the fluff here. I've mentioned this before, guys. When you come up with a good idea and you post it, oftentimes the people that see it that also think it's a good idea and kind of like want to do it won't ever acknowledge that you said it because they want to make it kind of seem like they're the proprietor. Remember we talked about the goat guy and we covered the goat tuber on what he basically did the EFT video where he copied essentially what a French guy did. He made his own video doing exactly the same thing and almost talking exactly verbatim about the same issues in the same way. But he waited basically until the other guy basically disappeared into nothingness, and then now he has become that other guy. Like, he took over the idea that the other guy had, gave him no acknowledgement in any way, shape, or form, did the same thing, and now he's at the forefront of attention because he actually had more visibility. And that's the way a lot of Twitch works, too, is where you do something, but if there is no one around to see you do it, then it's just kind of lost the same time. That's why I started posting shit on Twitter. And I talk about stuff continually on my stream. And I'll post stuff in YouTube videos. Because what I have had happen, and I still have happen, is where people will see something unique I'm doing, or have an idea that I'm like talk about, and then they'll talk about it themselves without ever acknowledging me, or that this happened in Dead by Daylight, this has happened in the past in other games, without ever acknowledging basically that I exist, and basically I get nothing out of it, right? And it's becoming more and more common where you just become this, like, obviously the most extreme example of this is where someone reposts someone's TikTok video and then they just post their face on it, right? Which is kind of like reacting to content, only they don't even react to it. They just, like, it's just like their face turns on for like 10 seconds or something and then they turn it off. And that's basically unique content when in fact they're just trying to get a bigger share of the marketplace without adding anything unique or of interest to what they're doing. This actually got some upvotes. They talked about it. The guy that actually wrote the article responded to other people in the thread down here, like a little bit later. So he definitely saw this, because there isn't that many pages here. There isn't that many threads. He definitely probably saw what I wrote here and then chose not to respond to it, which probably means he's going to do it, or he thinks it's a good idea, or he thinks it's a terrible idea and he didn't even want to acknowledge it. But I posted it here, I posted it on YouTube videos, I posted it on Twitter, I tweeted at some of the tech tubers to hopefully try and get them to do it. I even posted it on an unrelated, on a it was on not a tech review, but it was like on a news article post from WCCF. I tweeted about it, like saying that I hope someone tests it, and then someone actually tweeted at the tech tubers, unrelated to me, I didn't ask them to do this, tweeted at the tech tubers to do this, which is Hardware Unboxing Gamers Nexus. Unrelated to me. So like other people think it's a good idea too, which usually means this is a good idea, but other people are also not like they're. I guess we're gonna see a video pop out here shortly that does exactly what this does. And I actually kind of want to take a peek at this one where the guy's going, misunderstandings about core parking. Where was that? Because it seems like it was a response to what I wrote on Twitter. The very fact that it uses core parking to try and achieve its end result is probably a really bad thing. Here, level 1 tech tips. RDNA 7950X3D iGPU is 3 to 4 times faster compared to 7950X with the same RDNA 2 CUs. Yeah, because it has a big cache to use. Take a look at this. I'm curious. Non-CCD cache is completely disabled? No. Let's take a look at this guy's article. I'm pretty sure this is going to be, I'm going to disagree with this. Let's take a look here. Probably says core parking has no performance in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to bother arguing with it.
The 7950X3D has launched, and I see so much misunderstanding and misinformation about parked processes and parked cores and CPU masking and affiniting and the scheduler. And saw a couple of posts was like, oh, just disable the core parking thing. No, the core parking thing
Yes.
mostly works correctly at this point.
Except it doesn't. That's why you said mostly, and you enunciated mostly. Once again, this is where we're going with this, where he says mostly. Yeah, because it doesn't always work right, and the problem is if it tries to unpark a core while you're playing a game, it can cause stuttering and micro stuttering. Let's actually see. We're going to look at his channel and see if he has a video on core parking.
And run Linux.
Nope. Where he's actually specifically tested this feature. This is why it's actually a popular. It's been a popular snake oil / tweak to make sure that none of your cores are parked because it'll cause stuttering when it happens. Just the same thing as when your standby list fills up with memory. And standby list is kind of neat. This is standby list, by the way. It's kind of neat because what it means is programs will load faster. When they're referenced, this is basically programs that are not actually running. This is for stuff that could be referenced, but actually is not. It's been seen to be useful memory, and as such, Windows keeps it. And it's called the standby list. Could be useful for loading things faster. The problem is, when this fills all the way up, and I bought an extra 16 gigs of memory so this would happen less often. When this fills all the fucking way up, what happens when we reach the end here, where Windows has to keep a certain amount of memory free, is every time it frees up memory, it causes hiccups. Yeah, a Windows feature. This is a feature. It causes hiccups, which hurt when you're playing fucking video games. It causes stuttering and micro stuttering. So what you do is you download a program called ISLC, which will periodically purge the standby list. It hasn't happened at all since I've rebooted, because I rebooted like 2 days ago. But it will periodically purge the standby list, and then Windows will fill it back up. And once again, all the stuff in here is basically stuff that could be used, but isn't currently being used. So it could potentially load a program faster, it could load a level faster. But the problem is when it reaches maximum amount here, it will start causing problems. Been up for 2 days, yeah. And once again, I got 32 gigs of memory just to prevent this from happening. This is a tweak that's been around for a while. So he immediately takes a super severe stance on this, which seems as though it's something where he thinks it's working properly. I'm just going to preface that he thinks it's working properly, when in fact this is a feature that doesn't always do what it's supposed to. It is completely, core parking is completely separate from C states, which is where your computer or your CPU will lower its power usage by throttling down the CPU, by reducing the frequency and reducing the voltage. It'll reduce the power usage. It's completely different. What core parking attempts to do in Windows, it'll try to force a C state on the CPU. It'll try to get the CPU to power down the CPU. Windows tries to get the CPU to power down the core. Is essentially what happens, and put it into a deep sleep to save on energy, and as such it allows other cores to boost faster or further. The problem is when it happens, it can cause hiccups, it can cause problems, which is why you disable it. It's a power saving feature that doesn't work properly all the time. We'll take a look at this though. See, I might not watch this whole thing.
Better with time, but core parking makes...
Core parking has been around for over a decade, by the way. We're just going to put this up. Core parking has been around for a long fucking time. I remember unparking my cores in 2008. It has been around a really fucking long time. So the argument that it's going to get better with time? Okay.
Makes the most sense from a computer science standpoint.
It's Microsoft. This is if Microsoft puts gamers first and foremost. It works fine if you're an everyday user, and it probably works fine for saving power. Which, you know, if you have a laptop, right, you're on the go, it probably helps you out. It actually probably helps save power usage. But when you're not a gamer, or when you are a gamer, these are problems and things that Windows has inserted that helps out the majority of users, but not gamers. Gamers are not the majority of users for Windows. There's a lot of us, but there's a lot of corporate giants that literally use computers.
As long as what you're doing mostly...
Also, the condescending tone is not something I appreciate.
A given set of CPUs...
Like, is he going to sit here and...
It makes more sense to have fewer cores active than more cores active.
Going to talk about or test something?
Latency sensitive in what you're doing.
Like he's going to test something?
Most of the time you will be latency sensitive in what you're doing when we're talking about gaming. Windows doesn't make it super easy to understand what's going on under the hood in a lot of cases. It took a lot of work for me to figure out way back in the day that the Windows scheduler was most of the problem with the Threadripper 2990WX. And that was because Windows kept moving processes to try to be closer to memory, But for half of the cores, they were never going to get closer to memory. It was just a bug in the scheduler. Things have progressed a lot since then, actually,
Not really.
very rapidly, especially when we're talking about Windows.
That's why
11
Pile Driver
Windows
and
Game
Bulldozer
Boy,
had a lot of
and
problems.
the
I
fact
mean,
that
it
we
wasn't
have
a
to
super
deal
great
with
CPU to begin
CPUs
with,
that are not
but the Windows
perfectly
scheduler definitely did not
symmetrical,
fucking help it
very
out.
asymmetrical in the case of Team Blue, but now also in the case of Team Red, in that one of our CCDs has more cache than the other one. And this isn't a bad thing.
Something they
Core
shouldn't have
parking
done.
is not
It is a
dirty
bad
word.
thing.
If you want to dive into this a little bit more, you can run Resource Monitor and hit the CPU tab at the top. You'll get a list of your CPUs. There's 32, remember, 16 cores, 32 threads, and you'll notice that some of the cores say parked. What does that mean?
Mine
It means
don't,
they're
because I
basically
turned it
turned
off.
Some of the extensions and configuration and everything from AMD mean that you could have your system configured
And when I'm playing
with a
games,
balanced power
it's
profile.
all except 4
It
have a
could be
lot
in
of
a
usage on them.
situation
And those other
where
4 are
when you're
used
not in the
basically
game, all your
exclusive for
cores are
Chrome.
active,
All of
but
my
when you
Chrome
launch
tabs
a
on
game,
Infinity.
only the cores the game
Except with
needs
Infinity.
will be active and everything else will be parked. A lot of people jump to the conclusion that if you had a lot of
Me?
background tasks running, that meant that you would
You gonna see me?
be in a worse position as far as performance. But nothing could be farther
That's-
from the truth, because
That's the Tech Power Up Forum, by the way.
That's the Tech Power Up Forum. That is this right here.
with core parking, if your system's busy, it's going to wake up the cores. They're going to do work and they're going to be able to do stuff. That's
Problem!
That's what we're doing.
The problem is when it wakes up the cores and it shuffles the programs around, it causes stuttering and micro stuttering, which I talked about at the beginning of the video.
Here, the easiest way for me to demonstrate this is with Factorio. It's an indie game and it's a gem. Doesn't even matter about the graphics. You could run it on potato class graphics. But Factorio, let's take a deeper look here. It's possible to benchmark Factorio from the command line. And Factorio, if you haven't played it, it's not about the graphics, it's about the gameplay. Very CPU heavy. And when you get to a large factory that has a lot
I've never played Factorio and I don't plan on playing it, and the reason for that is because this is what I call a spreadsheet simulator. It's all about ratios of buildings, and I don't find it fun. Anno is a spreadsheet simulator too, even though they like to call them sims. These are not sims. These are what I qualify as spreadsheet simulators, which is you build a ratio. There's other games like this now, like Space Engineers or something, where you build a ratio of buildings to other buildings, and it basically comes down to a spreadsheet where there's a certain ratio of buildings to other buildings, and essentially everything you do in the game doesn't matter. There isn't really any simulating. It's just about having the right ratio so there's no bottleneck. And it literally can just come down to a spreadsheet. You probably could actually make an algorithm to automatically build this exactly the way that you need to and be infinitely efficient compared to anyone else. Like, you could program it.
logistics.
Because this is basically like programming. This is like logic here.
Train system, and it's fighting the alien insect things. It can take a long time, and it's less enjoyable if your computer can't keep up. If we do Windows G while we're running Factorio, especially the benchmark from the command line, the Windows game bar doesn't really even detect that a game is running. And in our configuration here with this system, we're running Resource Monitor like I was showing you. And in Resource Monitor, it just has all the CPUs, and it doesn't say that any particular CPU core is parked. When you run a game, the game will use all available CPUs, but the games typically aren't super well optimized. And so a lot of the time, a game will prefer either a lot of frequency, in which case it makes sense to put the game on the CCD that doesn't have the V-cache, or a game will prefer to have lots of cache.
This is the problem. This is the sledgehammer fix that AMD has done here, which is it's either or. It's not that a game prefers frequency or cache. It's that certain threads in the game will appreciate frequency or cache, meaning that it needs to be able to not only split up a game either or between cache or frequency, but between both, and it doesn't do this yet. This is a beta product. It hasn't gotten to the point where it can take a game and split it up among the many different avenues, the two different avenues here, which is core and frequency, and not do one or the other. And it hasn't gotten to this point, which is the best of both worlds, right? It hasn't gotten to the point where they're doing both at the same time. It seems to be an either or approach, which is why there's a difference between prefer frequency and prefer cores, or prefer cache. Prefer frequency or prefer cache, which is what Tech Power Up tested, and pretty sure Level 1 did not test.
In Factorio's case, it prefers to have a lot of cache.
It probably
So
prefers
by default,
both.
Factorio will try to use all threads across the entire system. And that's what we have in our first benchmark here. And this is showing us that it's about 2700 milliseconds, 2500 milliseconds, 2700 milliseconds.
Factorio, you never heard of Factorio?
Doing 1,000
It's a pretty good
updates.
game.
And if
It's a
we look
spreadsheet
at
simulator.
Task
Like I said,
Manager,
Anno has been around a lot
from
longer than
that view,
Factorio.
you can see that it's using all 16
Anno
cores
tries
for
to
this
perpetuate
kind of
itself as
benchmark.
a
So
simulator,
while it's running
and
these
there is more
benchmarks,
simulation
don't
in
do
it than
anything, it looks kinda
Factorio, but
weird. It
it's
looks like it's only
basically
using a
just a
single
spreadsheet
core,
simulator.
and it looks like it's core 3, 2600 milliseconds, 5 to 9% utilization. There's really not a lot going on here. And it says the map was benchmarked at 377 updates per second. That's, if you run it a bunch of times, the result will actually be pretty varied. Let's do that again with a very slight difference. I'm gonna go to details, and I'm gonna wait for Factorio to pop up in the list here. I'm sorting by CPU, and we're gonna go to set affinity, and we're gonna turn it off for all processors. And we're only gonna set it for the first 15 processors. Remember, 16 cores, 32 threads. And I didn't do that fast enough because I'm doing this for video, but it was 2600 milliseconds, and then, it immediately drops down to 2500 milliseconds. And as we see this run a couple of more times, it'll be 2400 milliseconds.
It's like my routing just changed.
We will be over 400 updates per second. And so we've manually picked which cores that our particular game runs on.
You never heard of park cores?
The Xbox Game Bar is supposed to do.
It's been a feature for a long time.
Core parking and moving the process around. Now, this is strictly speaking, when we talk about affinity, it's not really the same as core parking. You see, what core parking does is it says, this game is only using one core. We don't really need to bounce the process around different cores.
So, putting aside prior to what AMD did with the 7000 series X3D, core parking was a power saving and battery saving feature / possibly increasing performance by reducing basically active cores and increasing the frequency of the active cores, right? The problem, though, is also the Windows thread scheduler will shove basically everything onto your fastest cores. And especially, there's even problems with interrupts, where interrupts will only function on core 0 and 1. Oh, sorry, guys. Affinity. So, priority, not priority, interrupt. Interrupts will only be on cores 0 and 1, and they shouldn't be. It should be spread across all your cores, especially on the ones that aren't being utilized. Windows, however, will not do this. It will oftentimes just put everything onto your fastest cores, and it's not what you want. You want to have your slowest cores utilized, like energy efficient cores. You want it to be utilized by stuff that doesn't care about latency or about frequency, right? Stuff that's just operating in the background that doesn't matter. And Microsoft hasn't really done this. The thread scheduler for Windows is really shitty. It's one of the reasons I turned off CPPCs. CPPC and CPPC preferred cores, I turned it off because what was happening... What was happening was my Windows was throwing everything onto my fastest cores, which is my game, and that's what I want, but it was also throwing all my background tasks onto my fastest core, which is absurd. It's something that shouldn't happen, but is happening. It's part of Windows because they haven't fixed it.
We can actually just have it run on one core, and by doing that, you avoid micro stutters and creating a...
Unless Windows decides to unpark the cores because something is happening in the background and it causes stuttering because it spreads out the load across the cores.
Situation where information has to be offloaded from one CPU and shuttled to another. There's a lot of stuff in a CPU core that is designed to cache stuff from main memory because the mechanism of the computer really depends on having very close, fast, local access to the data. And the cache, like the L1 cache, the L2 cache, the L3 cache that are on the processor.
Cores degrade individually or just their priority? What does that mean?
Moving
You're going to have to reword that.
From one processor to another
does not compute.
Usually doesn't have too much of a penalty, especially with AMD's architecture with the level 3. What's really important to understand is that the scheduler has to make a judgment call between how busy is the system, or is the system reasonably so busy that it would benefit from waking up other cores which have access to...
Which is why they need to test a partially bloated Windows install, which is having Steam open, having a bunch of folders open, having a bunch of tabs open, having Discord, I don't even run Discord, having Discord run, having Steam open, having Battle.net open. You know, there's a bunch of shit. Having if you're not running Twitch, having a song playing in the background on Spotify or on YouTube, which is not uncommon. This is part of living in the ivory castle that benchmarkers are in. It makes it easy to benchmark and makes the results reliable, but at the same time, it is not going to be representative of a real world when they expect the system to be pristine. They expect the system to be pristine in order to get the optimal performance out of it. Gamers do not live in this world. they may not be me, right? They may not be me here, but they definitely do not live in a sterile work environment. They aren't in this absolute, they just turn on their computer, they play a game, they shut it off. That's not the way gamers work. Gamers literally live on their computer.
Their own level 1 and level 2 cache? Or is the stuff that we're doing right now not complicated enough that we'll live entirely in that level 3 cache? And so just running Windows background tasks and games like Factorio, that'll fit pretty comfortably in 96 megabytes of L3 cache. And the level of optimization in Factorio is such that
the problem is Factorio is a raw. It's a raw benchmark. It's a raw number. It's not looking at latency at all. It's looking at
having access to.
I guess it's kind of latency. It's looking basically at the throughput of the processor for what the task is doing, which is why I have a problem with this. This is a bad example.
That's sort of
most games do not fall into this. They're latency sensitive more so than bandwidth sensitive.
Geometry of the application that we're running.
Kind of both.
These are things that it would be
but
nice
latency matters
for
a
the
lot.
scheduler to keep in mind. If you're playing a game and you notice a micro stutter, that is sometimes a symptom of the fact that something in the background caused a process to move from one core to another.
Like when a core becomes unparked.
And so the game and the operating system really need to communicate with one another at a pretty high level. And the scheduler is also
and why at the end of the day I think core parking in and of itself, where you completely shut down a core, is a completely asinine band-aid fix, because there's a lot of cases where people will be utilizing, it should never happen, where people are utilizing it. If it doesn't, Windows should work on balancing the threads across all the cores, not trying to get an extra 100 megahertz out of your primary core. It should work on balancing everything across the board, making sure things are in the right, they have the right inner core latency between each other as far as caches go. Make sure everything's in the right spot, make sure everything gets the right cores, not shut off cores as a band-aid fix to try and speed up certain cores. And it does raise numbers. Turning the CPPC on will raise your numbers in something like a synthetic benchmark like CPU-Z, for instance, the single-threaded performance, or in SignBench. It will raise your numbers, but the problem is when it comes down to playing a game in a real-world scenario, where you have a bunch of stuff happening, and then having Windows balance it all across the board. That's the problem. It's not in the sterile ivory tower, because it does work in the sterile ivory tower. The problem is when it comes to everything else. And I guess that's not what he's understanding here. And he's using basically essentially a bandwidth application to talk about how this works properly in what I'd assume is not a very loaded version of Windows at all. Like having Spotify open, having Discord open, overlays, having Steam running here. This is a sterile work environment, and on top of that, he's using a game that's not very latency sensitive. So right out of the gates here, like this is why I said tech tubing could definitely be done better, because there's a lot of people that don't really understand what they're testing, or right from the beginning, like he probably could test it properly if he had the right criteria. He doesn't even understand what breaks this in the first place. He's talking about why it works. He's not talking about why it doesn't work, which is really important. He's talking about just why it works, not why it's broken. And it is broken, because that's why you turn core parking off, because it'll cause problems when it wakes up the cores, when stuff happens in the background, when you get a notification on Discord or something, it'll wake up the cores, and other things will start getting shuffled around and your game will start getting janky. And that's the problem. The problem isn't that this works right in Factorio in an ivory tower setting. That's why I've pushed this and I've talked about this, and I just made another post here, hopefully that people see this. And I assume, by the way, the guy that made the original article, because he did a really good job, he probably did the best out of all the tech tubers or tubers in general, tech reviewers in general, because this is a written article, and all the tech reviewers in general that we've seen. However, at the same time, he definitely did not test partially bloated Windows, and he definitely saw it, because he read through these. There's a post there and a post there, so he definitely saw it. Which probably means he's going to test it, or thinks it's a dumb idea and he's not going to test it, which would be, I kind of doubt. He seems to know his shit, so.
To get wrong. The operating system engineers that can work on a scheduler competently are very few and far between. It requires a very high.
Linux has fucking phenomenal scheduling. Linux, like the opposite side, is not that Linux is the end result and everything should be like Linux. But Windows is very slow. If something's not broke, don't fix it. Or if it's broken and it does not affect the majority of users, don't fix it. That's the way it works in Windows. And that's the problem. And that's why core parking has existed for over a decade. And talking about how competent people are, or that, like, like they kind of have something that works. I don't think so. I think Microsoft just doesn't consider this a problem. And as such, they don't try to fix it. That's why Intel made the thread director, because they knew Microsoft couldn't do this properly. And then they made the thread director. And that's one of the things I immediately noticed and faulted AMD for, because they made a unique design here. Not only do they have two chiplets, they have two chips basically touching side to side at 7900, 7950. They have two chips basically side by side, which they've ironed out majority of the intercore communication problems. But now one has cache on it and the other doesn't, which requires an incredibly complex thread scheduler, which Windows is not. Windows does not do it well. In addition to that, it's not just does the game prefer cache or does it prefer frequency? It is how can we split up this game among all the cores and get the best possible result out of it. And I guarantee you Windows is not doing that properly at all. Like it has to park cores to try and push it a little bit over to a certain side. Yeah, that's a Band-Aid fix.
High level of skill. Then Intel entered the game with their heterogeneous cores,
Yeah.
meaning that
And they have a thread
big
director.
cores and you have little cores, and those behave differently.
Mm-hmm.
And that's definitely something the scheduler should take in mind, because if
and they kind of, when this first came out, if the same things that could benefit what is happening to AMD here would benefit Intel too, which, like as I mentioned, Intel just said fuck it, and they just made their thread director to try and take over the duties of what the OS is doing. And AMD kind of did that, but they did it with Band-Aids. They did it with Band-Aids instead of making a good solution, which my guess is the whole reason that these did not come out 6 months ago was because they were trying to fix the Band-Aids in the background to make it work properly. I'm sure they could have actually launched these with the 7000 series or shortly thereafter. And instead they were trying to produce Band-Aids to make this work properly.
Gets shunted from a high performance core to an efficiency core because of other stuff going on in the system, then you're in a situation where you're definitely going to feel a micro stutter.
Yeah.
And core parking and the Windows game bar is Microsoft's reasonable attempt to deal with this in a sane way. And AMD has, of course, extended that on their own.
But Intel also has a thread director.
Slight asymmetry of the 7950X3D. And so even though you have more cache on one processor than another, at the end of the day, the cores are still basically the same. And so in the specific case of Factorio, understand what's happening here. The reason that our score improves so much, I mean, from 377 to 412 or 419 or 420, 435, depending on what you do, the reason that's such a dramatic improvement is not because of core parking or the Windows game bar, or it's like, oh, I nudged the Windows game bar into working like it should. It's strictly an affinity mask. And that's a different mechanism than core parking. Affinity mask says this process must only run on these specific cores. And so I've manually picked cores that it runs on. And the affinity mask keeps the process from moving around. It ensures that that process never runs on a core that doesn't have vcache. Now, this
is a sledgehammer approach, because I guarantee you this game, whatever game it could be, including Factorio, these games could benefit from cache and frequency at the same time, right? But it's not complicated. It's not complex enough to do this. It is simply trying to limit the hurt.
Actually would be worse for performance if you had a lot of other stuff running that also needed vcache cores. You would get better performance out of Factorio if you moved Factorio to the non-vcache cores, assuming that you had something else competing for resources on the vcache.
Depends on how much they need.
But
depends on what they're doing, and also why it's important to spread things out properly.
Level, when we're dealing with processors that have 12 or 16 or 24 cores, this is sort of becoming new computer science. We're going to enter an era where the operating system has a radically different scheduler depending on how many threads your processor has.
No, phones have been doing this with Android. Linux has been doing this for a while. Phones are they've been doing little big for quite a while at this point. I think almost a decade. So it's not a new era. And Linux has already been doing this. Once again, Linux is not the end-all be-all of what should be done, because there's a lot of problems with Linux. But they have a thread scheduler that could definitely do. They have a couple thread schedulers actually that could do this.
We already see in the enterprise, servers that have 32, 64, 96, 192 cores, where a couple of cores will be reserved for the operating system. And so things that are running at system level or root level, they just live on those two cores. And they're reserved. They're not, I mean, it's not exactly accurate to call it reserved, but they're basically reserved. And then individual applications.
No, I think I'm going to leave it on the Reddit thread.
Too much. We see this with VMware, with Hyper-V, to a lesser extent some of the other virtualization technologies, but all of these things are being done to squeeze as much performance as humanly possible out of the hardware. And with desktop computers as powerful, when they're based around processors like the 7950X3D, this kind of approach makes more sense than just all cores on all the time and things can bounce back and forth between them. In fact, a lot of the gaming performance
they shouldn't bounce back and forth. If they bounce back and forth between different cores, that is a major malfunction of the thread scheduler.
We've seen over the last 2 or 3 or 4 years since, processors that weren't exactly identical or processors that had a large shared L3 cache. A lot of the 1% lows and 0.1% low anomalies come from these kinds of situations where there's a major cache miss, or something wasn't prefetched from main memory, or something is not optimized and the processor has to stall while waiting on something else in a pipeline somewhere else in order to deal with it. So we're on a path to resolve this the correct way. Core parking overall as a strategy to deal with this
strategy.
Makes sense to me. And
It makes sense as a band-aid fix. It doesn't make sense as actually that what should work properly is the thread scheduler in the first place, where it's balancing things out properly.
As opposed to high performance, because in some scenarios high performance will prevent your cores from parking when Windows detects you're kind of using a mixed workload. But this also doesn't mean that you lose background capabilities if core parking is in use. If you're running OBS to do capturing, the Windows scheduler plus game bar is smart enough to know, okay, this is OBS. OBS doesn't care. I'm going to try to keep OBS away from wherever the game is running. The game can run on the Vcache side, and OBS is going to keep the other cores sort of busy. And so OBS might only use 1 or 2 cores.
Thread scheduler should be able to do this without using core parking.
Parked cores on the other CCD, and Windows will do that to try to keep processes from migrating over there. The affinity mask is like a hard...
And by the way, when a core is parked, nothing is on it. So when a core is parked, it's basically off. It's not like it's running in low power mode. A parked core means nothing is running on it.
Not do this. And what Windows Game Bar is doing is a little softer, but ultimately a very similar mechanism and very similar outcomes to what we're doing here. And so when you look at
this guy, by the way,
in Factorio, you can really see this as a window into
sets.
what's going on in other games. And also, I think it's unnecessary to do things like disable the non-Vcache CCD.
Because he's...
You just don't need to do it.
Oh, well, that is the nuclear fix to making things work properly. And as Tech Power Up has benchmarked, it does actually make sense in certain cases, because you actually get much lower performance if you don't do it. You shouldn't need to do it, but it's broken. It's kind of weird, because it's like he's like saying that you shouldn't need to do it, but you need to do it if you want better performance. So I guess it works. It does. It works fine. It's a $700 processor in which you need to hobble it in order to get what you need out of it in terms of performance. That's a broken system. That's not... It's almost like he's apologizing for AMD. I love AMD. I've had the 3000 series, the 3900X. I have the 5900X currently in my computer. I love AMD. I was thoroughly waiting for the X3D 7000 series chips. AMD fucked the pooch because they didn't want to put 2 pieces of cache on the dual chiplet designs. They fucked the pooch and basically tried to min-max their cores just to make more money. I guarantee you, it's 100% making more money. This was a result of some suits saying that they wanted to make more money. That's what this was. This was a conscious decision that AMD made because they need to produce less 7800 X3s. They're essentially the 8-core model. They needed to produce less 7800 X3Ds with cache on them, and they could use basically the chips from the 7700X, which is what's used in the 7900, and then the shit ones that all have defective chiplets they use on the 7900/5900X, which is where only 2 or 6 of the cores out of the 8 work functioning properly. It's 100% of money saving bullshittery that is happening right now, and the band-aids that they have to throw on this is because they didn't want to spend more money, is what this comes down to. This was AMD trying to save money, And it feels an awful lot like this guy is trying to find it in his heart to apologize for AMD. And I don't think they should be called out on the fact that they made a conscious decision to try and save money on their bleeding edge processors, the top of the line processors we've all been waiting for. And they put off the 7800X3D, not because anyone said it, but you can assume that they put off the launch of the 7800X3D because people are just going to buy it. It's the better option compared to buying essentially an abomination, a Frankenstein monster, or Frankenstein, because everyone makes you say monster now, a Frankenstein of a CPU, because you have to juggle these back and forth, and you have to manually try to fix stuff that you shouldn't need to touch as an end user. You shouldn't need to do any of this as an end user. It should just work properly. And core parking is not a proper solution to this.
The reason that you have a game here and there that performs wildly differently when you disable the non-Vcache CCD is just a software thing. It's just a configuration thing. You can fix it yourself in the Windows game bar. You can.
Sure, and it doesn't always work properly too, just like core parking doesn't always work properly. And if you have to touch affinities in the first place, that means Windows not doing its job properly. Yeah, you can fix it. You can fix a lot of things here. The problem is figuring out when it's broken. That's the end result here is figuring out when stuff is broken, not that you can possibly fix it and know the fix in the first place, which is something you shouldn't even need to touch. Know the fix in the first place and how to fix it, and then it's broken in the first place. Because a lot of things you'll put aside knowing that these are broken because someone benchmarked games. There's going to be a lot of games that are never benchmarked, including multiplayer games that are never touched. And as an end user, you're not going to be able to figure out if they're broken because your ability to benchmark things is not going to be the same as a tech tuber or a reviewer in the first place. But at the same time, a lot of reviewers don't even test stuff that is broken because they have, I criticized Gamers Nexus for only testing five games at one point, and now they had 8 in their last review. That's not enough. A lot of reviewers are doing like 10 plus or so, 12 games. That's getting there, but 8 games, 5 games is not enough to see what's broken. And then they didn't even test the prefer cores or prefer cache, prefer frequency, and simulated 7800X3D. Because you can see the results are very different and they're broken.
You can fix it by editing the registry and tweaking some stuff.
That's something you definitely should never need to touch as an end user, by the way. And it's different if you have to push a button here because you set it basically to that it is a game. You set it up in the game bar as a game, but most people don't even know the game bar exists. So
you could use process lasso. You can do what I did and set the affinity mask. You generally shouldn't have to do that. I mean, you only really want to do that if you're a gearhead or you're tweaking or you want to improve things. But as a casual gamer, you don't have to worry about any of that. And fortunately, it's broken on both kinds of systems if you want to look at it that way. At this level of performance, this level of optimization, no matter what kind of a system you have,
Intel, they've tried to break it, but Intel in general has not had the issues that AMD is currently having. And I surmise it's going to get worse. I'm really kind of curious on how well this is vetted because the PE cores have been around since the 12,000 series. And now they're on the 13,000 series, and Thread Director has only gotten better since then. This is AMD's basically first iteration, kind of making a Thread Director, and I don't think they did a very good job because Intel does not need to have parked cores.
You will get better performance out of this game or that game if you take the learnings from here and apply it, because if you get a high-end Intel CPU, you've got a similar set of problems. At the end of the day,
except they did a pretty good job of fixing them where AMD has.
Anything that you can do to maximize the opportunity.
Like, one of the problems with this video here is it feels like he's apologizing when he should have found out a way to break the system. He shouldn't be trying to figure out, hey, you can fix it with band-aids that AMD has given him through review content. Rather, he should have actually figured out what's broken and then tried to get AMD to fix it.
As advertised.
I don't really
understand this approach. I don't understand his video in general, where he's just basically reiterating the product literature, but not actually addressing the problem in the first place, which is that it has issues, and then talking about the issues and trying to find them, and then describing them and going into detail. That's like what he should be doing as a tech tuber, not apologizing and trying to take a authoritative stance on the issue when there's stuff that's broken. Like, he didn't even talk about, like, he's using Factorio, but he didn't even talk about how the fact when cores become unparked, the reason that it is a snake oil / tweak for Windows is because there's cases where when cores become unparked, it causes stuttering. And that will happen when things get moved around the background. Let's say you have more than a game open. No one has more than a game open, right, guys? No one has more than games open ever. No way. There's no way that anything that gamers would ever do anything except have a game open on their computer, right? No fucking way. Obviously, me being kind of an edge case here, I think there's a lot of people that have Chrome open, a lot of people that watch Twitch, a lot of people that have launchers open. Yeah, a lot of people that have Discord open, a lot of people that run Spotify, a lot of people that play YouTube videos. So, pretending that stuff is working properly because you tested in a sterile environment is not, and then you want to take an authoritative stance on it, I don't think is the way that you should go about doing this. So,
50x.
we're just going to fast forward. I think we saw basically everything that's here. I don't think that's worth watching the remainder of that. Like good reviewers look for things that are broken and then talk about them. They don't try and say, hey, it's broken, you should fix it this way. It's weird. I do want to take a look at this. I don't think we're going to tonight. Took a lot of time. I was hoping we'd see 7900 X3D reviews tonight. Let's take a look. There's a comment post here. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, by the way.
Hey YouTube, in this video I wanted to do a kind of a content piece talking about core parking. In Windows, because I've been reading a lot of things on the recent video that I did for the Ryzen 9 7950X 3D
We didn't look at this
PC
guy's
builder
review, by
that
the
we
way.
did. I live streamed with this CPU recently. Anybody who's doing like live streaming, this CPU is probably the best one available, because you get the best of both worlds. You get the
It works
best-in-class
properly.
gaming performance. You get the efficiency king. This thing like sips power.
Let's skip
Various
past the
high
simping
core
part.
count CPUs. So 16 core, just to kind of show part. So I have a game running, and we are looking at a Intel 13900K. Just to kind of show that here, if we zoom in, you can see 13th gen Intel Core i9 13900K, and you can see Genshin Impact is most likely running on these two cores that are almost fully maxed out right there.
That's not what you want to
And
see,
then
by
we
the way.
have,
You don't
what
want
is
to
this,
see
Core
100%
Zero?
cores, with especially
We
with
have
the computer with a
8,
shitload of CPUs in it.
But look, if I mouse over, it's saying CPU 9
Yeah, so he didn't turn off core
is
parking.
parked. CPU 1 is parked.
Let's see.
This one is parked. All these cores, so down here are the E cores. So the E cores are not parked. They're currently doing stuff, because if you mouse over them, they're not parked. Now these P cores, most of them are literally doing nothing. They're just sitting there, and some of these are the hyper threads. So they're all kind of parked. So, but these CPU 8 and 10 are basically running the game, and I guess CPU 0 and, well, 2 is coming in and out of park.
That's
you can
not-
see it keeps going parked,
This is definitely not what you want to see, by the way, because that causes hiccups and stuttering.
and then unparked, parked, and then unparked. So now let's look at the resource
That is
manager.
that's like seeing the Windows thread scheduler tossing threads back and forth between multiple CPUs. That causes issues in and of itself. That's definitely something you don't want to see either.
to kind of see the full picture here. So up at the top,
That's definitely
we
that's
have
definitely not what you want to see.
the total utilization, and this is over a 60-second average. And then you have the service CPU usage, and then now we have the first CPU core. So that's the one that we were looking at over here. That one looks like it's somewhere between 40 and 50% load on average.
Yeah, it is actually a really bad sign. Unless the game is very, very poorly programmed, it's a really bad sign that you're only seeing it on 2 cores, which is what Windows is probably forcing. It's one of the reasons I turned off CBPC on my Ryzen, is because Windows will try and load up, because normally when you get CPUs to power down, it'll cause other CPUs to increase in frequency because they have more thermal headroom. They have more energy headroom that they can use. Unfortunately, that's the way it works now. So Windows will try to manipulate that by putting a bunch of shit on one core to raise the frequency, which could potentially raise performance, but only if a bunch of shit's not trying to access it at the same time and try to get that one core to do what it wants.
If we scroll down,
That's why core parking's bad.
CPU
It's kind of funny because this is the exact opposite of what he's saying. He's saying, oh, this is what you want to see. It's not what you want to see. You don't want to see 2 cores completely loaded and no, like having 8 idle cores or something.
is going in and out of parked. So
Although
this
some
is
of those
what
are
I was
virtual
saying
cores.
earlier in the live stream when we were using the 7950X3D. When the operating system, in this case Windows 10, needs a thread to be allocated for work, for some sort of background task or application process or whatever it is. And if it needs to utilize a core that's parked, it will wake it up and it will assign work to it. That's what you guys see what's happening here on CPU 2. And then if we go down, CPU 3 parked.
Problem is when it's moving threads around
C4 did
and
have some stuff
unparking and parking stuff
activity
is
on
it
there being
causes
assigned to it,
stuttering.
but it you know, oftentimes not really having to do anything. So you can see right here as we go down the list, a lot of these cores are just parked. Now we come to the first one where the game is constantly running. So this one's, you know, pretty much pegged at 100%, which isn't necessarily a good thing. I would really think
It's
that
not.
ideally
No, it's terrible. You definitely do not want to see this. Maybe at most 90% utilized, which, I mean, because it's virtual cores, you'd see split between two cores at maybe 45% or 46% split between two cores. Because if you're over 100%, like you have two a virtual core, which is just a single physical core, two virtual cores. If these guys are both at 100% or like 60 and 60, that means that guy's getting overloaded. And it's giving you better performance in terms of throughput, but it will absolutely dog like your input latency. You'll dog not just your input latency, your latency in general, how fast it takes to process something. Even though the overall bandwidth of the stream is going to be wider, how fast it takes to process stuff and the contention between the threads that are on it, it's going to be a lot worse. This is why you don't want it.
you'd want to divvy up this work a little bit more.
Yeah,
But that
you would.
tells me that this game, Genshin Impact, is very highly single-threaded, or it doesn't really scale beyond
Or Windows is fucking it up. What would happen if you turned off core parking? Is it going to do that?
that many threads. You can see CPU 8 is doing the bulk of the work, and then 9 is just kind of there doing nothing. 9 could actually be a hyper thread of that.
It
core,
alternates.
though.
It goes 1,
And
0,
then
1.
10 is also
2.
fully loaded.
Up
And
until
then
it's
11
E-cores, which I think
is
E-cores don't
parked.
have
And as we go
virtual
down the
threads on it.
list, it's just a bunch of the same story until you get to the first E-core. So here we are at the first E-core because the 15 is the last hyperthread of the 8th core, of the 8th performance core. So now 16 all the way down the AMD processor with Genshin Impact and CPU
Okay, so-
behavior is any different. Okay, so now we're going to look at the 7950X3D CPU to understand how
So
it
you didn't
works.
test the
but we're gonna see it's
3900K
very,
without
very
core
similar.
parking on.
So, just like with the other setup, now I have
And he's also
Genshin
not running
Impact
any-
over here. We have
He's
a
just
dual
looking at thread utilization. He's not even looking at benchmark numbers. Like, he didn't benchmark anything.
monitor setup, so I can move, you know, this guy over here if I wanted, for example. If we look at the second CCD cores, they are getting parked because they don't really need to be doing anything. There's not a lot going on, so you're saving on power. But you'll notice.
Oh, yeah, he's saving on
core
power when I
18,
want
19,
absolute best
these guys
performance.
Were awake. They were doing work, but now they're not having anything to do, so they're asleep. And if we go back up to the other CCD, so the one with the Vcache, we can see the game running. If I bring up game bar just to kind of show that, you can see right there in the middle.
It is where Windows will... It's a Windows feature that will basically kill all work that it sends to a processor in an effort to get the core to power down. It's basically a power saving feature. But in doing so, when it shuts down the core, it can cause other cores to increase in frequency because there's more thermal headroom and power headroom available to everything. So it is technically can possibly increase performance. The problem arises is when there are multiple things that are going in and out of basically a sleep state. It's what you could call it. It's not the same thing as C states. It is a Windows feature that invokes C states. It doesn't actually control the C state of the CPU. It just tries to make the CPU go, hey, there's nothing going on here. I'm going to power down this core. That's what it tries to do. And it does not do it well, which is one of the reasons that gamers turn it off, is because every time Windows will juggle the threads around and turn cores back on, it causes hiccups in the game as it moves shit around in the background. It's one of the reasons you turn it off.
It recognizes that Genshin Impact is a game, so there's no reason. It's automatically prioritizing the Vcache cores.
Like this reminds me of like a CNET reviewer that just reads shit off the back of the box. I understand what it's supposed to do. The problem is when it doesn't do it correctly. The whole issue here is hey, it's not, hey, this is what it's supposed to do. I don't have any problems with what it's supposed to do. It's doing it right. That's why you benchmark shit in the first place, is because if it doesn't do what it's supposed to, right, then you go, hey, this isn't doing it right. Maybe we should talk a bit about this and try to get it fixed. It's not going, hey, this is the way it's supposed to work, and we can see that the threads are going down and up, in the background. I know core parking works. I know that it turns on and off. It doesn't do what it does. It does what it's supposed to do, which is causes a core to power down. The problem is what happens when it's going in and out of these core states, and when it malfunctions and you see a completely loaded core. You see Windows completely loading a core, and I kind of doubt that Genshin Impact is programmed so poorly that only 2 cores are utilized by Genshin Impact. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't play Genshin Impact, but nowadays it is very rare, except for MOBAs. It is very rare to see like 1 core just completely pegged with the game, or in the case here, 2 cores. That's some pretty shit programming if that's the case.
If I was running an application that was not known or not in the game bar list, you would have the option to select it to say, remember that this is a game. But in this case, Genshin Impact is already a known entity, so it's always being assigned the right cores. And if we want to go look at the diagnostic info here, you can see the KGL version, loaded, and service version are the same. They're the latest ones.
You're just basically saying that these are the versions you need to run it, by the way.
And what you'll notice
That was
here
in the
with just the
reviewer
game
guide
running by
that
itself,
Kikaru talked about. Not everyone talks about the review guide.
just like with the Intel CPU, the game is only really using...
You should not see your cores bouncing around like that. That means something's wrong. That means Windows is trying to push these back and forth between multiple cores, and it'll cause hiccups and stuttering when this happens. You do not want to see this going back and forth. You're like playing ping pong. You don't want this. You absolutely do not want this. This causes stuttering. He's not really even benchmarking anything. He's just talking about the behavior here, and it looks an awful lot like it is going back and forth. If you look at the hills here, it is going back and forth between the cores because the Windows Thread Scheduler is not. It doesn't have a hysteresis, so it's not waiting a little bit to see if things balance out before it just puts it somewhere else. You don't want to see it going like this. You don't want to see that at all. You don't want to see it oscillating back and forth. You want to see a pretty steady amount, unless it can improve performance. It can't, but apparently it thinks it can by doing this. It's not increasing the number of cores. This is definitely not what you want to see. That's one of the reasons that you turn off core parking, by the way, is to minimize the impact by this, and also turn off hyperthreading.
You can see that there, and then any sort of like background
I turn off
task,
hyperthreading. It's kind of up in the air. Hyperthreading and SMT is up in the air on whether or not it helps you. Some games turning it off will help with stuttering, other games it won't. And some games will reduce your performance, and other games will increase performance. What I found from turning it off, though, is it might slightly reduce my performance, but it will fix stuttering issues I might have. I've not seen a benefit from having SMT on in forms of, or hyperthreading, in the form of reducing stuttering. It'll usually reduce your average FPS, maybe a little bit, if at all, but it will cause stuttering in some cases, and that's what I want to avoid. Just like kind of like the overall option is just leave it off instead of actually messing around with it.
Is getting assigned to these.
Because in the case of it actually increasing performance, hyperthreading and SMT will generally only increase your performance. Putting aside really low-end shit, because if you have a really low-end computer, you're really hurting. So if you have 4 cores or even 6 cores at this point, I would not turn off hyperthreading or SMT. This is bleeding edge, top-of-the-line hardware, so your results will be different, and I would not turn it off if you only have 4 cores in your computer or 6 cores. However, if you have more than enough cores for your sometimes 6 cores, but if you have more than enough cores where there's plenty to spare, you don't need to use hyperthreading. Hyperthreading SMT will generally only really help in terms of bandwidth, not in latency. So basically allows a bunch of different workloads to be stacked on top of each other on a core, and then allow it to plow through it at the expense of stuttering and latency, which usually doesn't matter if you are compiling something in the background. If you're using a scientific application or a simulation of some kind, you'll want the most throughput, right? It doesn't matter. Latency doesn't matter. Gaming latency matters a lot. And stuttering, when you get the hiccups as shit's going on around in the background, gets you killed. Stuttering kills. That's stuttering is death. That should be a motto of my channel. If I was going to make a tech channel, it would be called Stuttering is Death. Yeah, apparently, like the way this is looking, it only uses 2 cores. You see something going on here, though, and right here and here. It's tough to gauge what it's doing. On the Intel processor, it was maxed out on 2 cores, by the way. On this one, it's maxed out on... It's doing something across 4 cores here, and it looks like there's a little bit of load split up here and here.
Other cores that you can see over here on the
I don't know.
CCD.
I don't run Genshin.
On the
I don't know how it
one,
behaves in the background.
These guys are getting woken up. but then they're going back to sleep because there's nothing to do. So why is this a good thing? This is a good thing because they don't need to be doing any work, so there's no reason for them to be wasting electricity the whole time. The whole purpose of the core parking is a
If you're running a laptop or a cell phone or mobile application, I would 100% agree. The amount of power that these use by being turned on, negligible. And for gamers, I think they care a lot more about performance than they do about wasting a tiny bit of energy because a core is not parked. And it putting stuff into a low power state will save you power, by the way, but it doesn't save you that much at all. Like, let's take a look. I have no core parking on. I basically have the highest performance settings you can get. Let's see if we can just quickly look at the amount of power, like my package power here. It's probably maybe 30 watts when I'm just sitting here on the desktop. Take a peek. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. This isn't going to be exact, by the way. Amps. 60 watts on the desktop. I have C states off right now. So this isn't technically even completely correct. I turned off C states because my computer is not stable with C states on anymore. Once again, that is something completely irrelevant. But you'll see this number go down to 16 watts when I'm just doing YouTube and shit. It doesn't work anymore because I turned C states off. So I guess I'm going to roll back on that one. I remember now that I have C states off because I need to RMA my processor. That's a different story. However, you'll see this number basically go down to about 16 watts. It's next to nothing, and that's with core parking turned off, like when I'm just watching a YouTube video. So, not completely correct. And I think I have YouTube set up to... No, I have hardware decoding enabled. Hardware accelerated decoding. It's like 50 watts. So this is without C states. That means that my CPUs can't even go to sleep. I turned it off unrelated to performance issues I was having. Because when they went down to low power states, it was causing my computer to lock up. Surprise! And that's something that developed over time.
power saving feature in Windows. You can see the same kind of behavior. So the game is running on these 4 threads. As I scroll down, you'll notice that there's cores that are doing background activity here and here.
Okay.
And then as we go further down, once we hit the point now where CPU 16 is the first core on the second CCD, so the one without the Vcache.
Okay.
You can see this one has nothing to do.
Like all he's doing is
so
saying that
it's
they're
asleep,
parked
and like
in.
all these other ones are asleep.
What was
which
the
is a
point of
good
this
thing.
video? Like all he said was cores park and cores don't park. That was it. Like, what? He didn't test anything. There's nothing. This is even more worthless than the level 1 video. He didn't test anything at all. He just showed us that cores park and cores don't park. Okay. Congratulations. Yeah, you basically just told us what happens. I gave that guy a view. I don't know if I want to post on this. After typing this all out, it's kind of pointless to comment on something if there's no one else basically talking about it, because all you're going to get is the sycophants. You're just going to get his sympathizers that are just going to come out and try to eat you. And that's not what, like, I'm looking for an actual objective discourse here. I'm not looking to just get shit on by sycophants. Sycophants are people that basically suck someone's dick, gives them hand jobs essentially because they like them. So fanboys. The video is 15 minutes long and doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain anything or test it. I like when people say something's complicated and that it's difficult to do as like an excuse for not doing it. Fucking crazy. Then you find people that can do it and you pay them. Yeah, and while that might not seem like an actual answer for a small company, Intel is not a small company. Intel is bleeding edge. There we go. We'll leave that there. We're probably going to have some heated comments tomorrow. Okay. Well, that took a significant amount of time, unfortunately. That is iGPU, don't care. Shit, I said tonight I wanted to look at... Jesus Christ. I wanted to look at motherboards for 13900K. Because I think that's what I'm going to buy. I waited all this time for an X3D chip, guys, and I think I'm just going to buy 13900 or 13700. Box videos. You know motherboard roundups for Intel? Gotta go a little ways back here. Here we go. Once. Oh, this is, I guess the boards predate. Oh, there's a 7000 series boards now. Yeah, there's 790, 770, and 760 for Raptor Lake, which was the new CPU. Huh. That's weird. I guess I never actually didn't really look into Intel. So it never really struck me as weird, as they just never really tested out the boards. What? I guess they just type board. Board roundup. X670E. RM tests. 70 is AMD. They didn't do any motherboards for Intel. What? Huh. That's a toughie. Honestly, there isn't really much of a difference between the 790, 770, 760. They have slightly different links here. But like overall, like the amount of PCIe lanes and stuff doesn't really. That basically comes down to it being more than enough for even the low end boards. Just there's enough expansion and I/O where it doesn't really matter. Like I was looking on new. I was expecting tonight. I was expecting to look through motherboards here, guys, and come up with like an idea of what I want, and it happened. Look at motherboards here. 7000, 700 series. ATX DDR5. I think all of Asus's new motherboards kind of suck dick unless you buy the really expensive ones, which is not where you want to be. That, like some of these only have 3 PCIe slots on them, which I wasn't interested in. I think Gigabyte had first one that was actually buying AS Rock. Yeah, right there. And savings $5. Oh my god. Oh my god. my god. I saved $5, guys. Oh my god. On sale right now. Can't actually, there's no link to it. Thought they had 2 promo codes. Not. Not buying AS Rock. There's MSI Meg. 760. What is this? 790. Used to be able to hover over the pictures and look at the pictures, and now you can't do that anymore. What did I pay $100 for a piece of shit? Maybe. $100 less for a piece of shit? Maybe. Like, I'd be willing to do 4 slots. Like, 3 and 2 is definitely not enough PCI slots. Especially considering the one below the PCI socket is going to be worthless, right? Because you have a double cooler, or sometimes even a triple cooler. Alright, I gotta take a piss real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Okay. So I was looking at this guy. I think this is the best option. We will see Z790 AC. Click here. I think this is what I'm going to go with, guys, at this point. Boxing. Oh my god, a Grail. She's in tech. She must know what she's doing. Goes. See how many power phases it has. 8 plus 8 phase. It has a pretty good beefy heatsink on it. This isn't really telling me a whole lot. Normally you have to look at, like, that's why I was hoping that a roundup. BAC. That. Peltier? Bark Marty. Amazon reviews are a shit show, guys. When it comes down to any sort of technical stuff, occasionally you can find a technical review. For the most part, I would not go for any sort of informed reviews beyond it looks nice, it smells nice, it didn't start on fire sort of shit. Yeah, one of the reasons I've stuck with Asus for so long is because their fan control is phenomenal. However, when their low-end boards are shit now, I'm not going to bother with them anymore. I'm interested what this is. It's not a water cooler, there's no water lines. Oh, it is a water cooler. It's not. Okay. I'm here for whatever this picture is, and he doesn't talk at all about it. That. I want to know what that is, guys. What is that? A Peltier? A Peltier is an electric cooler, but they generally generate condensate, which is why they aren't used, and they're inefficient. That can't be a fan, there's no exhaust. Like, unless the exhaust is in the fins. And obviously it's too small to do anything useful. Basically gloating about his system. I guess I really don't like buying stuff and then sending it back if it sucks, especially when it takes a lot of time to take it in and out of a system. Bad design at its core. The M2 slots are restrictive in performance. Top two M2 slots don't work, yeah. Some of the lanes actually come from the CPU itself, not off the chipset, so you can't use them. And, I mean, that's just the way it works. It's not... There's no other way around it. You don't have lanes from your CPU, you can't use it. Guy has a 10,000 series CPU. Middle two M2 slots are in use. The X16 PCI slot is cut in half, which doesn't really matter that much when you're talking about PCIe 4.0. The issues he's running into probably has a lot to do with the 10,000 series CPU, when this is a motherboard basically for 12 and 13,000, especially 13,000 CPU. Okay, so he has some very specific issues I don't care about. Let's type in fans here and see what happens. Fans controlled by the motherboard do not follow their profile. More 4-pin fan controls. Been like fan control instead. Asus just wins hands down with fan control, and they have for a long time. Yeah, I would never use the motherboard software. Okay, let's see. How many fan headers does it have, guys? Let's play Find the Fan Headers. We got 2 here for the CPU, which is basically just 1. 2 more there. Pump header, which can still be used as a fan. What I used to like is when they put the fan header on the back here for your case fan on the back end. It only has 5, and one's a pump header, which usually just runs at full speed. My favorite part, guys, is figuring out how many fan... Does Newegg is usually pretty good with the specs. Let's see what it says. Type in fan. Water cooling fan header, 3 system fan headers, 1 system cooling pump. We saw this. I saw 2 system fan headers, not 3. Good. This might not be controllable. I have 2 on the front, 1 top and 1 back, and then obviously my CPU, which is technically 2 fans, but it can be hooked up to 1. I don't know why there's a cooling CPU fan header, water cooling, and then there's also a pump. Basically, the all-on one is just supposed to be for a pump. Where is the other? There's supposed to be 3 system fan headers. I see 2 here. Then actually had a better picture. Two here. This is for CPU, basically 1. 2 right there, which are the system. Oh, it's right up there. So they did put one on the edge. Look at that. Look at that. There's one up here right for your back case fan or top. Look at that guy. Look at him right there. Hopefully this is addressable by the system for fan speed control, but it might not be. Yeah, so this is all set. Beautiful. Technically, I could use 4 fan headers for every component, every fan in my system. And then 2 for the motherboard. But I have my front fans can hook up to the same header. That's fine. They don't use that much power. I think this is a winner, guys. I think I found a winner. There's a 4X at the bottom. I think this is what we're going to go with. What I'm going to go with. You guys can buy whatever motherboard you want. Unfortunately, no reviews to look at here. This is just based on our perusing on Newegg here. They all go up extremely fast in price. There's not really even an option here. It's not like there's a bunch of boards that are packed around like $50 range. No, they scale up exponentially in price. And the lowest end you have 140, and I would never buy an ASRock motherboard ever again. But there is technically 140, and then these ones down here only have 3 slots on them, and I'm not going to buy those. Fuck that. I think 4 minimum is where I'm at. I buy that. Heatsink looks better. Don't know. This is why I said that, like, it's almost like motherboards are like snake oil now, guys. As long as you have the chipset and as long as the lanes are divvied up properly and as long as it has good firmware, it really doesn't, like, you're not getting that much more. Assuming that they actually have decent power phases, you're not getting that much more for paying $200 or $150 compared to $500. Crazy. Look how much some of these are. Asus is really lacking. I noticed this with the... AMD motherboards. Their low-end range all really sucks. Starts at 250. Oh, we also have to look at, let's see, memory scaling, Intel memory scaling a year ago. 7 years ago. Who's this guy? I noticed in some of their older videos, there's this guy. I don't know who that is. It doesn't look like either of the 2 guys that run it now. Maybe that's who they bought it from. Maybe they bought this guy's channel. Here we go. Let's take a look here.
50% faster, such as F122 and Spider-Man Remastered, for example. The question is, does slower memory cripple Zen seen across the 7 games we just looked at? On average, we're looking at a mere 2.5% performance uplift for the 1300K when going from 5200 to 6000 spec memory, so a negligible difference there. The 7700X, on the other hand, saw a far more substantial 17% increase, meaning Zen 4 is significantly more memory sensitive. And this is a massive problem for AMD.
So this matters a lot more with AMD compared to Intel. I think I'm still going to buy a DDR5 6000 memory. It's not that much more than 5200. Maybe I'll just buy 5200 because it's actually not that much faster. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So we did look at this a couple weeks ago. Okay. All right. Would have been nice to see a hardware review roundup there from Intel, but I guess they didn't do that. So, or it's in another review, but I'm not going to bother going through each and every review to figure out whether or not they tested motherboards. I guess maybe I'll wait tomorrow. We'll see if tomorrow there's a review. I don't think 7900X3D is going to be. Yeah, I think like the end result here, guys, is the 7900 and 7950 X3D chips have teething issues, and the difference between, even though they're faster in some cases than the 1300K, the fact is that they're sometimes slower and sometimes have problems, and you don't realize that they have problems. And having a solution that just works is actually pretty incredible. Like that's where you want to be. This is still Patron? Yeah. Still Patron. And I don't think I'm going to get the new OLED monitor that came out because it does not have reflex analyzer built in. So that's just the way it is. All right, let's take a look at the Reddits here, guys. And I guess, I don't know if I'm going to buy it tonight. I don't think it's worth waiting for more reviews. I think more reviews are just going to confirm what we've already kind of seen, which is that the X3D chips have problems because of their double chiplet design, and one chiplet does not have a cache on it. I think the 7800 X3s probably would be a very good option. But at this point, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait another month. And then on top of that, I actually think I want more than 8 cores at the end of the day. I know that you probably don't actually need more than 8 cores, but having more than 8 cores means you can actually put shit onto the other 8 cores. Which means I could do a 13700 or a 13900. So a 13700 would also be an option I was considered. But if I'm going to do that, why don't I just go with 13900 at that point? It's a little bit cheaper, but I don't know. 13700, I believe, is 8 E cores, or excuse me, 8 P cores and 8 E cores, where the 13900 is 8 P cores and 16 E cores. All right, guys, Reddits, and probably it makes almost negligible difference. So probably should buy a 13700. If I was being more realistic, I probably should buy a 13700. Doesn't matter. We covered the director's take. People don't realize how important it is to not stagger. No, they don't. That's why you spam group up when you see people staggering. They don't. That's why you spam group up when you see people. What I deserve, humor. Okay. Baptiste 4K on Midtown. Is he cheating? Don't know. 10-second clip. 23, actually. Am I an asshole for playing bad? No, you're not. Everyone's an asshole for calling you an asshole for playing bad. Unless you're intentionally throwing. Which most people aren't. They just aren't playing well. There's nothing new here. Basically, everything is simmering after the 7000 series launch. But I do want to see... There's a product review 10 minutes ago. GN just... Did the NDA just come off? That's fucking hilarious. Gamers Nexus just popped theirs too, or Hardware Unbox popped theirs? No. Well, I guess we're watching this, guys, because this is where we're at, so...
We paid $624 for the new AMD Ryzen 9 7900X3D CPU.
So I guess that means they didn't receive a review sample, or the review sample was under NDA. If they go out and buy it, they can just make a review, by the way. So it was kind of weird that they didn't have a review up almost immediately, which means they're under NDA, or they just didn't do it.
It wasn't
or they didn't
sampled
sample.
by AMD, so we had to buy it on launch day, overnight it, and we're still turning around a review in just about 12 hours from the time we received this. We moved quick on this one. These CPUs are really interesting because as we talked about the 7950X 3D review,
First to market, guys.
There's some really peculiar behavior with the X3D CPU.
Yes, there is.
And a lot of that has to do with core parking or effectively disabling half of the cores and with how the cache is isolated to one CCD. So let's get started with the review of the 12-core alternative, which is priced MSRP $100 less than the 16-core we already reviewed. Before that, this video is brought to you by Squarespace.
What I'm interested in is not necessarily the 7900X3D, but rather whether or not they test other scenarios which may expose cracks in
with detailed pages full of galleries,
which may expose cracks in the thread scheduler.
For your own resume.
It's the whole reason I didn't buy the 7950. I don't think I'd ever buy the 7900X3. I think this can have a lot of problems. We'll see here.
Or for starting your new small business idea. There's X3D, the 7900, and then the 7800. And the 7800 doesn't arrive until April. We expect AMD will probably sample those, but it's a little ways out. So you'll have to wait on the review for that. The 7900 is $100 below the 7950 X3D, and then the 7800 will be $450. So massive drop in price. But also the 7800 X3D, its biggest weakness is going to be the frequency, which AMD has brought down. It's about a 600-700 megahertz delta. And
thing is here, they don't actually know when they coded frequencies here. They don't know if this is just on one chiplet or on both chiplets. So this could be obviously for the one chip here, but this could be your base and max boost for one chiplet, whereas the X3D cache, which is slower, the X3D cache chiplet, which is slower, could actually have lower base clock and max boost, which is the way it works with when they put two chiplets into the 7900X non-3D, is they have one slower chip and one faster chip. So it doesn't show you the speeds, rated speeds for both chips. It just shows you the rated speeds of a chip. So it's kind of disingenuous here. I don't think intentionally, but rather due to the design. It's not like both these chips aren't rated for the same max boost and base clock, because they aren't. Just like on my 5900X they aren't, and on my 3900X they weren't.
And depending on how the games behave with cache versus frequency, it's possible the 78X3D doesn't perform well enough to make up for that frequency loss. Likewise, it's possible it performs just well enough to avoid spending all the money on these. So, first of all, as we get started on the review, thank you to my team for working late here with me tonight on getting this through. This is full team effort to get this one published.
Actually, I think that's just kind of what you need to do in your case, but you know.
And shipping it. So, we're excited. I love working on this kind of stuff at this kind of speed. It makes the job really fun. So as for the core specs, the 7950X3D and the 7900X3D, and likewise the 78, require some specific setup steps.
Oh my God, what a nice
you can't
table.
Skip. You really need to make sure you do this stuff right. Otherwise, you're potentially robbing yourself of upwards of 30% of your performance if you configure it incorrectly. It's pretty easy to configure right for the most part.
That being said, there's a lot of reviewers that apparently didn't even talk about this shit, by the way.
And then Xbox Game Bar, which kind of sucks, but we'll talk about that. Anyway, the main reason this is even a consideration, all these setup steps, is because the cache is isolated to a single CCD. It's the leftmost one with the I/O die oriented at the bottom.
Because they didn't want to spend money to put it on both.
Latency while promoting utilization of that extra cache, AMD is leveraging Xbox Game Bar as a trigger mechanism to park or disable half the cores during known gaming workloads. And that's where this explanation is going to stop, so we don't repeat everything we already said. We'll link it below. Go check that out for the full details. So the 7900X3D critically moves to a 6+6 layout. That means it's a 12-core part. It's got 24 threads because it's hyper-threaded using, it's got SMT, basically. And the 6+6 layout means there's 6 cores on each CCD, and it's still the same as the 7950X3D, where the V-cache is only on one of them. So when you park half the cores, you're going to be parking 6. You're down to 6 active cores plus all of the cache in that column, as opposed to the 7950.
It doesn't park 6 or 6,
you were cut.
as we just saw in the other guy's video, which didn't actually tell us a whole lot, but what we did see in that other guy's video was that it doesn't always park all the cores. It parks some of the cores to kind of manipulate or massage the threads into where they need to be. Yeah, but it doesn't park 6 or 6. So that's wrong. But yeah, I mean, it could also be that they didn't really test it either, and they just assume this is the way it works. I don't know.
8 cores plus all that cache in the column. So the difference here is going to be 2 cores when parking is utilized, which, depending on the game, may be significant, but for the most part, it helps to reduce
I think this
some
could be
of
a
that
turd.
original
Maybe I'm going
full
to be wrong,
CPU
guys.
delta,
I
which is 4 cores.
hypothesize this
Here's
would
how
be a
this one's
turd.
laid out. So the 7900X3D is configured as a 64 megabyte plus 32 megabyte cache on that left die, and then 32 megabytes on the right die. The total here is 128, and the L2 cache comes down a little bit. So L2 is contingent on the presence of cores, and you lose a total of 1 megabyte per core. So the 79X3D comes down to 12 megabytes total of L2 versus 16 on the 16-core 7950X3D. Pretty simple math to do. If you're not too familiar with it, the lower the number in the cache level, the faster that cache is, but also the smaller it is. So when you're talking about SRAM, really expensive, really small capacities, you want as much sort of L1, L2 as you can get, and L3 is still way better than system memory, but slower than L2. With all the details and with you fully informed on how these things work now, we're going to move over to our power testing station to talk about power consumption. So getting into power testing, it's pretty straightforward. We test at 100% load. We fully load the CPU. This helps to eliminate some of the background noise.
Let's skip past that where they...
Even though
Oh, do they have a power panel now? Do you think this power panel actually does anything? Do you think this is just a prop here? This is probably a prop with a fake wall. I don't think this power panel even does anything, but we'll assume it does. I like all the shit that they just have in the background here to make it look like it's scientific.
Because it's noisy data.
But,
so for this, we are strictly looking at... Here's the power efficiency chart. In this one, the 700X3D plots towards the top, even though its overall performance in an all-core render isn't that much different from the non-3D 700X. Non-X. 33 watt hours.
Power efficiency,
so the
don't really care.
700X3D continues the trend of improving power efficiency in all-core work. Okay, enough of all the power testing. Now we're going to get into the component testing section of our lab.
Another
so
part.
These benches, the 2 over here and the 2 over here, have been running CPUs and GPUs nonstop for like a year.
Like I've mentioned before, this is starting to kind of turn into theatrics. What really matters to me is their benchmarks, their benchmarking methodology, which Game or Hardware Unboxed I think does better than all this. All this is like theater, you could say. It makes it look good, right, for the video. But at the end of the day, like I want to see a lot of benchmarks. I want to see consistency in the benchmarks. I want to see a lot of different test setups tested, like Tech Power Up did prefer cache, prefer frequency, and then they also did a simulated 7800X3 in their last one, for instance, right? And they also tested like 12 benchmarks. And Gamers Nexus did 8, and then some of their older videos they do like 5 and 6, which isn't nearly enough. And this all doesn't matter if you don't test what you need to, right?
This location. And the next one that went in was the 7900X3D. So we ran through all those tests, and the main thing we were looking for is gaming. We have production tests as well. Just in this review, it's gaming where you're going to see the biggest differences. And we arranged the gaming tests so that they're the most interesting at the front end, so the first 2 especially. Then after that, they get much closer together. So let's get started. As a quick reminder, the chipset driver difference is huge. We'll show that chart here again from the last review. The gaming gains are upwards of 30% with the correct driver features and Xbox Game Bar. So this
So
testing was done
it's
with
one
that
thing saying
configuration.
that the
Check
you know
750X3D
you need
for
to have the
more
newest
info on this
drivers.
chart.
I don't think they
Far
need
Cry
to
6
spend
starts
time
us
doing
off.
that,
This
but
one has remained
I
an
guess it adds more
interesting
to the
test for
reviews. So
X3D ever since the 58X3D.
as long as they test more games, it doesn't matter.
The 750X3D capped out at 198 FPS average, with the 7900 X3D now achieving over 98% of the total performance of the 7950 for about $80 to $100 cheaper than the 7950 X3D, that is. And that's for about 86% of the price. So pretty good positioning. It's obviously still somewhat ridiculous, though, when compared to most
No,
other
prefer
things.
cache,
So
no,
the
prefer
13600K or the
frequency.
much more sensible 13600K are in a better value position and still maintain most of the performance. And the 13600K is still the best high-end value by a long shot versus any of these. The 7900X3D doesn't really sacrifice anything here, though, versus the plus 50 version. It's close to error. We suspect that the future 78X3D, barring major losses from frequency, could be similarly impressive in games like this one that benefit so much from cache. That's a good start for the 79X3D as compared to that of the 7950, but that's only one part to compare it to. Compared to the original 7900X, which is currently $433 on Amazon, the 79X3D posted an improvement of 13% against baseline. So that's a $200 price difference. At that point, you're effectively paying $15 per single-digit percentage point uplift. And if you use a less totally arbitrary metric than that one, you can look at it as increasing the cost by 38% MSRP to MSRP for 13% more performance. Really not a good deal. And it's possible AMD didn't ship this to press because they were worried it would undercut the entire existence of the 7950X3D, or they were worried that it would look bad versus the 7900X. Both of those are options right now. And the 7950X3D itself is already heavily embattled with the cheaper 13900K, the 13600K, and AMD's own 5800X3D. And in production, why would you buy it? You just get the 7950X instead. Anyway, let's move on to the next test to see if that conspiracy theory plays out. As you all get your DIY tinfoil hat kits ready, Tomb Raider is next. This one isn't as impressive though. In this scenario, the 7900X3D got stuck at 334.7 FPS average. So that means the 7950X3D...
It's totally
leads the
7800X3D is what you want to buy.
14% here, with the 5800X3D embarrassing the 7900X3D by tying it, or functionally tying it. 1% lows are more or less the same between all of these parts.
That means that the extra cache actually, like the 2 extra cores with cache on them, actually matters a lot. Because you can see the uplift here for the 8 cache cores, right? So there's 16 cores, but 8 of them have extra cache on them. And I mean, they all have cache on them, but extra cache cores, extra cache, guys. Yeah, so this right here matters. The extra 2 cache cores matters a lot, and this, on the other hand, doesn't have that on it, and it ties the older one. So you could actually potentially hypothesize, like, the uplift. I mean, it'd be easier just simulating it if you look at, like, basically the performance difference here between the two and the number of core difference between the two, and you probably could figure out where 7800X3 would lie. Maybe that's not going to work. I lied, guys.
Especially with the
I'm
wider
coming up with a
error in
convoluted
frame time
situation in my
consistency.
mind.
Although the 7950X3D has a slight advantage in 0.1% lows. The 5800X3D makes the 700X3D
Why'd you do that when you
look
can just
bad here.
disable one of the
Saying
CCDs?
X3D a lot is getting really tiring, by the way, but I don't have a way to shorten it yet. Leave your suggestions in the comments. Today, though, the 5800X3D is still available for about $330, so it's almost
Half the price.
of the new 7900X3D.
Here every day.
And in this game, the performance is identical. Compared to Intel, the 13900K is the next closest at 304 FPS average. That achieves 91% of the performance of the 79X3D. The 13900K also carries minimally equivalent lows, if not proportionally stronger. Against the original 7900X, the good news for AMD is that it was able to plot an uplift of 18%, which is big. I mean, that's a big jump for something that has primarily changed only by adding cache. It's just not a value part. And the 5800X3D spoils everyone. But as far as the technology working and ignoring all other arguments, it is working. 18%, pretty good. As for Final Fantasy XIV, this test has kept Intel at the top of the stack since the 13th series launched. AMD's 7950X3D pushed from 214 to 256 FPS average. That was a noteworthy gain. And the 7900X3D climbed similarly from
So one of the things
209
I'm looking
to
at here, guys, it
251,
doesn't look like it has
but
any
is very
inherent
close to the
problems
7950X3D,
compared to the 7950X3D.
So it sort of challenges
Despite it
the value
losing
of the
2 extra cache
7950X3D
chips.
and reinforces one of the 2 main reasons why AMD might not have shipped it out with the initial samples. So this is a 20% climb from the 7900X to the X3D, But the 13600K remains the better option, which, even though the 79X3D sort of undercuts the 7950, the 13600K undercuts both of them. Counter-Strike Go is next. In CSGO, the 7900X3D ran at 387 FPS average with lows at 250 and 147, which is all fine. The 7950X3D had lows functionally the same and an average that's technically a little bit lower. The 7900X leads the 7900X3D marginally here, and likewise, the previous observation we had was 419 FPS average 7950X leading the 7950X3D's 384 FPS average result. So this is in line with what we saw. In this scenario, running on the lower frequency cores is costing more than the extra V-cache adds. CSGO just can't make use of that cache. Compared to Intel, the 13600K maintains a good value position, with AMD's own 7700X coming out stronger than the 7900 options. The game just isn't complex enough to leverage the high-end, high core count CPUs with a lot of cache, or even individually. And the 13900K, it gets utilized here, but it's focused heavily on raw frequency, and architecturally they're different, so it's expected for Intel in this one. 1440p with CSGO isn't much different. Once again, the 7700X and 13700K outperform the new X3D CPUs, and the rest looks very similar, so let's move on. Rainbow Six Siege brings back the FPS benchmarks of an FPS that's really high in FPS. That's two high FPSs back-to-back for FPS benchmarking. The 7900X3D ran at 809 FPS average here, with lows proportionally spaced and completely expected as compared to the rest of the cluster surrounding it, and that result has it basically within error of the 7700X and behind the 7950X, outside of error for that one. It's also behind the cheaper 13700K and 13900K alike, the latter of which still leads this chart. The 79X3D achieves...
It's still weird here, guys, how the... I think I pointed out this in the 7951, is how the 1% and 0.1% are lower for the
16 E-core part compared to the 8 E-core part here.
Percent of the 7950X3D's performance here. The 7950X3D posted a gain of 2.3% over the 7950X, with the X3D's improvements over the 7900X at 2.1%. So they're just not that useful in this game. Cyberpunk remains a challenging game for all components to handle. For CPUs, we still see some scaling at the high end though when using a 4090. The 79X3D ran at 256 FPS average with 1% and 0.1% lows slightly disproportionately below where its neighbors land. The i7 13700K in particular comes ahead stronger in consistency, although not necessarily noticeably. Blender Cycles is up first for production, using each thread on the CPU to generate a new render tile. The 7900X3D required 8.5 minutes to complete the render.
So it doesn't look like they have any new tests here,
the 700X was
based
advantaged as a
on
result
stuff
of
that
its higher
popped up in the
frequency
last
and higher
couple
power
days.
design, and posted a 6% improvement over the 7900X3D. The 7950X3D met the same fate, as we said in the previous review. Most workstation applications won't benefit from the cache here and will instead be hurt by the reduced power available to the core. Chromium Code Compile is up now, and this one, the 7900X3D, required 47 minutes to complete the full code-based compile. The 7900X did the same in 46 minutes, so they're identical. It's within run-to-run variance here, and the 7950X and X3D were similar in this regard. In 7-zip file compression up next, the 7950X3D previously was positioned slightly ahead of the 7950X, but it was within error. That word is no, as in no, it is not worth buying. So this thing, sometimes it matches the 7950X3D in gaming. Great. If that were consistent and always the case, then the conclusion would be you probably, in most cases, shouldn't buy the 7950X3D.
I think they subjectively placed this exactly where it needed to be, as far as what it feels like.
More or less equal to it.
They positioned
Therefore,
it.
you could buy this instead.
They positioned it to the point at which you basically are going to opt to buy a $100 more expensive processor, but if you don't have the $100 to spend, you wouldn't feel completely gypped by it either. So sometimes it is performing the same as the $100 more expensive processor, but then other times it's not, to the point at which you are like, hey, maybe I should just buy the extra $100 processor. But it also didn't really have any major failings, which I thought it was going to have. But then again, they also didn't test a bloated Windows install, so...
It's not routinely better, and in some places it gives up a meaningful lead. So, this one, we understand why AMD didn't send this one out, because The 7950X3D gets a little bit of that sort of
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's
grace
much of a dog that I
window
thought it was going to be.
where just because it is technically the best a lot of the time, it's easier to stomach the price only in the sense of a value judgment. Because we look at something that's at the top of the chart, it doesn't get the same treatment as something that's in the middle and surrounded by 12 alternatives. So this doesn't get that benefit because it's not at the top of the charts most of the time. You get no benefit at all on any of the production or workstation tests that we run. There's probably something out there that would, in which case, great. But we have a pretty wide sweep of workstation tasks, and none of them benefit from it. So that leaves us basically with gaming only as a use case for the 7900X3D as we test CPUs, being mindful that there's something else out there, I'm sure. But with gaming only, you might as well buy a 13600K or a 13700K, or if you're going the X3D route, it's like at least the 7950 it has more of a lead in some places. But otherwise, the fact that it ties now and then, but not always, it's a weird part. So the conclusion for this one is no, simply put. And that's it for the 7900X3D. So we're kind of disappointed in this one. It has potential, but the price...
I kind of landed where I thought it was going to. Once again, loaded Windows install. No one has tested it. He didn't add any additional benchmarks here. Prefer cache, prefer frequency. And they didn't add a simulated 7800X3D things, which I think they probably should have at this point. But yeah.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
And once again, getting kind of caught up in the benchmarks here, there's no multiplayer benchmarks at all. Like people testing, well, there probably is. I wouldn't want to look at them though. As far as their testing methodology is probably pretty terrible. But none of the big tubers are testing any multiplayer games, unfortunately. There's a swimsuit model posting on here. I think it's particularly to oh, they have exactly the same comment. Never mind. This guy just copied this person's comment. That's unfortunate. I guess kind of fell where you'd expect linearly, where you'd expect things to be linearly, but didn't actually have any weird quips or nuances with the X3D cache, which is what you start to see when you look at Tech Power-Up's review where they added a simulated, or GamerNext's sample where they have simulated 7800X3D. And then it only becomes apparent when you test the other configurations. So it actually is kind of pointless looking at that. It didn't really say anything new. Let's see. I think I'm going to end up buying a 13700 or 13900K, guys. Eighth. $20. Oh, guys, fucking weird. Okay. Okay. It's a clickbait title, but doesn't actually mention the name of the SSD in the title. People that want to find the review on the product instead of want to find a review that hasn't been sampled. Different titles for different people here. Okay. Let's do our upload. Okay. I think the end result here, guys, is because of all the weird shit that's happening, is I'm just going to buy a 13900. Then maybe come back to with the 8000 series. Come back to AMD with the 8000 series. Spam feeds, Overwatch 2. Oh my god! Oh my god! Well, I responded to the comment yesterday. Someone commented at me and I commented at them. 13 views, guys! Oh, geez! Is that a personal best for me? No, I think my hack cam video is still my personal best. Like 2 decades ago. 8,000 views. Walrus Laugh, 351 views. Installed the sound card. This is years ago, 2014. $75 views, Ultra Swift. Private videos, which have DMC-able content on them, which is why they're private. Yeah. Good. Took a look at that already. Good, good, good. Oh my god, I got some wonderful mail. Looks like an AMD fanboy. Good. By the way, as I mentioned, I own AMD. I'm all for AMD or really anything that does things right. And especially underdogs. I love underdogs. When the fanboys come out, though, please. Dead by Daylight Reddits. Bad fan content. You'd be shocked by how little I know about killers. No, I wouldn't. Most Survivor mains. Where killers have to know both their side and the other side's perks, survivors generally don't need to know killer perks. That started with Eruption needing to know what perks people are running, for instance, or Deadman Switch and Pain Resonance. But there's a lot of times where you could just run with your mind off Survivor and it would not impact you in any way, shape, or form. Usually wouldn't impact you. Okay. We're going to play some Overwatch here tonight, guys. I did some little tootling off stream and things seem pretty good. This morning they're pretty good. Let's see if they continue to hold true. Night. I think the end result, I really should get a 13700K, but I think I'm just going to buy a 13900K. Actually, what's the price difference between the two? Input not supported. Why does my monitor say input not supported? Well, there's that. Luckily, I can look at my streaming PC here. Exactly what's going on. The monitor literally says input not supported right now. It still says input not supported. What the fuck is going on here? I hate my monitor, guys. I'm never buying an Acer monitor ever again. I just turned it off and turned it back on, and then it worked. Did I even change anything dealing with my resolution? I don't think I changed anything yesterday. I think my monitor is a pile, and I think it has some issues. Now, all I did was restart the game after turning my monitor off and on again, and it's working fine. Yeah, I really want a new monitor, guys. Have I told you guys I want a new monitor? Because I really want a new monitor. If that's not outwardly... Actually, I think I might just restart my computer right now, too. So it's doing that. Sometimes there's weird issues where if you unhook and hook your monitor back up, maybe reduced buffering was doing it. We're going to restart. Sometimes if you kind of fuck with the output chain, it can fuck with your delay and shit. So we're just going to restart. I'm just going to restart, guys. Okay, I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back. Okay. Not sure what that was about. I don't know if that's my monitor or my video card that was doing that, that did that. Oh, bueno. First time I've had that happen, by the way. Or maybe recently. I don't know. Right term for that. Hey guys, it works fine now. Let's play some Overwatch 2.
Strike from above.
Uh-huh. Just in time. Good.
Traveling to Dorado.
Mm-hmm.
Up and they'll strike from above.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe. Take care of each other out there.
Hmm. Well, let's see how things go.
More field research? Grand.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack on this. Taking off. Enemy turret destroyed. Consumptive out. Enemy here. I knew it. I am powerful. Disperse. I see an enemy. Enemy turret down.
Hmm.
En route.
Anna is very accurate.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Hmm.
Increasing altitude. Positioning. Much for you to do. Crime doesn't pay.
Not enough jets, guys.
I see an enemy.
Jesus fucking Christ, where the fuck should she go? I hate my monitor. I fucking hate my monitor so much, guys.
Enemy over here. Dispersing.
I hate my monitor so fucking much. Icer mode is on. I'm never buying an Acer monitor ever again. Ever.
Aerial positioning underway. Enemy turret down.
Uh,
Enemy turret destroyed. I see an enemy. I don't think so.
that's not where we wanted to go.
Enemy over here. En route.
Bouncy castle. And we may have an aimbot on Bouncy Castle. Which was the Anna?
Time to kick some tail. Taking off.
Onwards to victory.
I require heat. Everyone has an enemy here.
They really need to get rid of the fucking extra range on the Mercy ult. I think needs to go. She goes like, her range is like 2 times as far when she has her ult up. And that basically allows her to be untouchable. She moves insanely fast to begin with, but then she's like ultra far away from characters while she's flying, while healing. And I'm out of ammo at exactly the wrong moment. Also looks like he's possibly cheating, but I mentioned that already.
Ich sollte schnell zurück.
My ultimate ability is charging. Get the payload moving. I'm on my way.
Over there. I have power. I see an enemy. Run away. I don't think so.
Oh. Pretty sure, as I mentioned before, the Baptiste is cheating. I think he's just trying to shoot me through the wall. Yeah.
Making another
Overwatch League top 500 player. Right there.
into the air, Coy. Thanks for the assist.
And 2 tap.
I'm not done yet.
And then the Mercy got it. Not even aiming at him. Not even aiming at the fucking Mercy. Also possibly cheating, but not earlier.
Stay down.
Good.
Aerial positioning underway.
No. And he misses a Reinhardt standing in front of him. But he hits every fucking shot on me. The first one was a hit edge. So I'm pretty sure we have a targeted cheater on the McCree. And yeah, which is funny, because he wasn't doing anything earlier. And then also the Baptiste.
Up and away.
See if he traded with the Baptiste. every shot. There we go. Fuck did the Mercy go? Where he is. Yep, and insta-killed me. Baptiste does not miss on me. I don't know if the Baptiste is doing it on everyone. It looks like the McCree has a targeted aimbot. I don't know about the Baptiste. Like, he's only doing it fucking me. Even though he has like 100% accurate, looks like it's only doing it to me. The miss.
Returning to battle. Increasing altitude.
Oh.
Take a look. I am empowered. Change. The payload stopped.
Oh my god. Like, if I go up for that, they're 100% just gonna insta-kill me. So, we gotta go over here and do that. That's a res. Bye. Uh-huh. This guy has literally zero situational awareness in any way, shape, or form. It looks like he's literally fucking lost while he's looking around. Okay. And has like 100% accuracy. Let me run the side. Oh, we gotta make sure she doesn't res. That guy came up there just to kill me. Good. He's like carefully trying to avoid looking through walls at people to avoid the idea that he might be cheating. He's 100% cheating though, just based on his accuracy. Good shit. And then also the Baptiste is cheating as well. Looks like he toned it down at the end, but even before this guy toggled, he was definitely cheating. So, looks like this guy picked up the slack from this guy. Alright.
It's high time. Got a burr in your side.
Do you wall look? And then also the McCree was cheating as well. And it looks like he just general toggled. That was halfway through the match.
Now traveling to Paris. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Oh my god, Unhuman, good evening. How's your day going, dude?
Strike from above.
Alrighty. Ah! Good. They get banned? Ha! They got banned! These are new accounts. These two guys got banned. They have the same name as people I was playing with this morning, but I had them muted. I had them squelched.
5, 4, 3, 2.
That lasts through restarts, doesn't it? Very certain it does. I've definitely seen people that have been still squelched since what I squelched them prior. It's like per account. It's like I have like these fuckers that like chase me around and cheat, and they'll alternate back and forth between people that cheat. It's another reason the game should have an anonymous mode, by the way. And in a pre-made too, on top of it. Like those people I squelched earlier went offline because they were chasing me around through separate games. And now they're no longer squelched. And they're different accounts. They have different endorsement ratings on them. He's not up. Buddy. Got. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Well, I'm just gonna report him again. It literally doesn't fucking matter. I've never seen that before. It's like two fucks that dual queue cheat. And it looks like they have multiple accounts just based on this. I didn't notice that. I just noticed them talking and I had them squelched. Trying to shoot around the sides of them.
Shake it off.
Funny. Good. We're definitely getting focused here. So this is a pre-made again. It's another reason that that there should be an anonymous mode in this game. Some of these guys, two of these guys definitely cheat. Then on top of it, like just dealing with the fuckery of having a pre-made group just trying to fuck with you also makes it more difficult. So. Like this guy that's just diving in here to fuck with me. Who else is possibly cheating, by the way? Yeah. Yep. So we're just gonna make footage here. This guy I'm very certain is cheating. I'm not sure about the other two guys I mentioned as well. But as I mentioned, people toggle on and off, and particularly to try and avoid getting caught.
Establishing aerial position. I will not let you fall. I will not waste this
Kind of fucking weird. Like you have like some people that are like they fucking play this like comp. They play this like fucking comp, but it's a pre-made stomp group that cheats. Like, it's pretty crazy shit. And he's just looking through walls of people. And that is the McCree. We're gonna wall him. There we go. Yeah, this guy's looking straight at people through. He just tried throwing shurikens at me through the cart. So he's definitely cheating.
Always more to learn.
He's trying to fucking shoot me through the cart. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Increasing altitude.
Hello there.
Hey! Right by you!
Acknowledge. Hello.
I see an enemy. This airspace is rains from above.
Bye. This guy has an aimbot. It doesn't look like he's toggled though. And on the other hand, very accurate. As I mentioned, they switch off with each other. The McCree and the Ana swap with each other.
I look after my own.
I feel unstoppable.
That is the McCree. Ash looks like they're missing now, but the McCree is hitting, which is the... Not the Ash, the Ana is missing now. But the McCree is hitting, which is the Ash. This guy is still cheating.
Returning to battle. Ash here.
Hit reg issues.
Let's show him some air power. Increasing altitude.
The Genji. Bye.
Got the payload.
Let's give it to him.
Establishing aerial position. Suss it out. I am out. There's much for you to do. You don't have to thank me.
They have a Mercy still? Nope. They do.
Rains from above.
The whole reason I did that is because I have to be minimal. Otherwise, I'm going to get focused immediately and not be able to do anything. So I'll take a half ult over a full out where I'll die no matter what. So. This guy has zero situational awareness too. Good for him.
Heads in the game.
So it's not only a duo cheater, like trade-off cheats, but they also have multiple accounts with the same name. Crazy shit. I wonder if that extends to people that group with them too.
Increasing altitude.
I need to kill that Mercy. Instant aimbot, or instant sleep dart. It's 100% on voice comms. They called out that I was flanking and had the guy go for me immediately.
To learn. They
Good.
outnumber us. Keep
Alright, so what it looks like here is the Ashe toggled on at the end of the match. The Genji was cheating at the beginning. The Ana was cheating as well, but trying to minimize when they're actually hitting, and these guys are all grouped together too on top of it.
Play of the game.
Alright. Spear pull. Take me a bit to fill this out. Saw the McCree looking at us through walls. Yeah, so these guys I had muted. I had these guys squelched this morning, guys. They're no longer squelched. I re-squelched them in the game. Very certain it remembers this through restarts, because I've definitely seen people squelch that I had, like, squelched like a month ago. Let's see here. This was the Ash. Like 3 minutes. Better. Guy also cheats as well.
Long have I wished to serve under you, sir.
Oh my god! Unhuman! 4 months! Jesus Christ, you enjoy watching me make reports? Wow. That's dedication. Lovely.
When in doubt, throw more men at it.
Thank you for the continued support, dude. 4 months? Oh my god, almost half a year. Boop. There you go. Ah, this is weird. So it's not normal, by the way, for me to report people. These guys are not only like assholes, but like we had problems with them throwing games. I had them trying to throw games in order to fuck with me. I have them constantly shit-talking me, which is why I have them squelched now. I've had them shit-talking me, and then they cheat on top of it. And they'll trade off. One person will cheat, and then the other person will cheat. And it's like every other match. They'll trade off with each other. And sometimes they'll toggle on in the same match, but it's not usually the case. It's usually one or the other. This guy was toggled, but he wasn't trying to actively kill people because he's trying to keep his accuracy down and his limbs down. Yeah, that's like a fucking... That's crazy. So they're trying to get around... I don't know if they got banned or if they just have multiple accounts to... basically just try and avoid getting stat banned or having backups or something. It's fucking weird. I definitely had those 2 squelch this morning, and I definitely didn't take them off squelch. Very certain you don't become unsquelched. So... I don't know why I keep ending up within games with him. Like, I won't see another person again, but for some strange reason, I keep ending up in games with him, which, like, in Dead by Daylight, when I keep getting the same players, I'll just leave. And it's starting to make me wonder whether or not people can do that in this game, where they somehow can get into your lobbies. It shouldn't, because I played with him, like, 4 times this morning, one of which was a staggered queue, where I didn't re-queue right away.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Whereas a lot of players, like, I don't think any of these guys are, you know, obviously I waited a little bit. Like, where we don't get the same people at all. It's really weird when you keep getting 2 people that are trying to harass you over and over and over again. It's very weird. And this morning I obviously wasn't streaming too, which makes it seem like it was something offline. Everyone else in the match was different. Except for those 2 fucks. Well, 3 of them. One of the match had 3 people in it, they're the same.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
5, 4,
Once again, it'd be great if this game had an anonymous feature. There, people don't need to know who you are.
capture the objective.
And regardless of me knowing who they are, like, I don't report them particularly because of their name.
Always more to learn. Up and away.
The objective is now
Enemies not finished.
Fuck off, ball. Jesus fucking Christ.
Attaining the objective.
Fuck is it?
Embrace the objective. Form up on
That's the Hanzo, who is cheating, and we got a Me Too Pharaoh now. Yeah, he's definitely cheating. Good.
returning to battle. Repositioning.
Guess we got to kill the Mercy, is what this comes down to. And we'll just keep killing her over and over and over again. It's the end result, because if I kill someone, guys, if I get a single pick, she's just going to res them. So you have to kill the Mercy. It's basically what this comes down to, is just killing the Mercy.
Establishing aerial position.
Miss. And it looks like he's definitely cheating. Like, some of these, like, it doesn't even look like he's trying not to look at people through walls, but you can clearly tell he's not actually covering corners either. He's just like going around the corner, like, looking like this, so he doesn't look at anyone through the wall. 100% cheating. Hey, Frost. Well, you might. I mean, it depends on what level. I don't understand why I get so many cheaters, too. It doesn't feel like this is way for other people. I don't play comp, though, either.
Aerial positioning underway.
Gotta kill the Mercy. That's not the Mercy. There we go.
Claiming the objective.
Like I said, Pharah's also a hate magnet. People fucking toggle the shit out of her. That's not who I want to ping either. I don't want to ping the Pharah, I want to ping the Mercy. So, what I've noticed when I play Mei and Symmetra is putting aside people that cheat because they know who I am and they hate me. Not anything to do with Twitch, by the way. They just know I play Pharah, and Pharah they fucking hate. Okay.
I don't stay down.
Is like a lot less people will cheat, and or it'll be more difficult to see when people are cheating when you're playing other characters. And the reason for that is because you aren't, like, you're part of a herd, and it's more difficult for you to actually get soloed out. McCree's 100% cheating, by the way, and he's trying to obfuscate the kill cam by not looking like either at the wall or basically covering angles. He's doing neither. Which is fucking weird every time I see that. It doesn't happen all the time. You see that a lot in Counter-Strike. You don't see it in this game because people are not more aware that people know that people cheat in this game, I guess you could say. Where in Counter-Strike, everyone knows that you can watch replays and that when people are dead, they're probably going to be talking about shit, right? Or watching their friends suck my dick. Is that someone on my team? No. No, we're making footage. We're gonna get a McCree banned. He is 100% accurate. Bye. Bye-bye.
Where's your jetpack? I am securing the point. Aerial positioning underway.
Oh, almost. And I'm dead. Go. Now he's missing. First round he wasn't missing. But once again, there is... stat banning, so they can only cheat for so long. You'll oftentimes see, like, the enemies get angry at you more so than your teammates will. And he hit me. Good for him. I died on the ground next to my teammates, by the way. 5 feet up.
Always more to learn. Increasing altitude.
Huh? No. Can't actually spend time trying to kill.
System repaired. Justice reigns from above.
Bye. Because the moment I look away, I have someone else that's on my dick. Hey Idwin, how's your evening going, dude? He's now back to being he just killed me behind the wall. He's now back to being 100% accurate. Apparently not on them. On his screen, I wasn't behind the wall. Good for him. Yeah? He just shot me at ultra... So he has a possible targeted aimbot? Had time to reload.
System repaired.
Like, the Mercy really needs to die. Aimbot grenade.
Aerial positioning underway. I'm
Almost. And they got a res off. Because my teammates apparently decided that they weren't going to come in. Boomfist did.
Shake it off. Establishing aerial position.
Yeah. So McCree's cheating. I think it's targeted cheating too on top of it. He was toggled on. I think he was killing everyone at the beginning of the match. Round 1. Round 2, he reduced his toggle. He used to die. Like 5 years ago. Oh my fucking god. That timing, guys. That's obnoxious. Okay. And then I have to deal with that shit with someone hounding my dick on top of it. So the McCree is definitely cheating, which is this guy.
Play of the game.
Touch the sky.
Me?
Justice reigns from above.
Selected accuracy? I don't know about the fear of the McCree is 100% cheating, though. And at first, he was toggled versus everyone, and then at the end there in round 2, he was relatively normal. You could see him missing like 30% of his shots, maybe 40% of his shots were missing, which is something normal. But then at the end there, he was 100% accurate again. The real big one was when he was fucking over at the bridge, and I came fresh out of spawn, and there's people fighting in front of him, and I got hit with a shot from him from across the fucking map while he's shooting at other people. Like, what? Like, he wasn't just shooting at me, he was shooting at other people? And, like, I was getting locked to from across the map. That was insane. Like, absolutely cheating. And the Pharah BM, which is just one of the worst things, is when you have to deal with shit like that, guys, because people are cheating, is when you just get a Pharah just hounding your dick. And Pharah is not a counter to Pharah, by the way. Pharah is not a counter to Pharah. They'll eventually kill you, because they're literally just going to stick to your dick until you die. But usually you can dodge that shit if you're actually dealing with it. It is very difficult to deal with an aimbot or a couple other DPS on the team, which includes healers, trying to kill you at the same time, and that person's hounding your dick, which is usually what happens to me on Pharah. But for some strange reason, when they play Pharah, no one can kill them, which is what happened there. We really need to kill the Mercy, and I was the only one going after Mercy or the Pharah. But McCree is 100% cheating. That was also the Hanzo at the beginning of the match.
There is always room for improvement.
But once I do it, they'll call it a tracer-thon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective lost in 30 seconds.
Heal well.
Aerial positioning underway.
Me too. There's a guy in front of me. That's Anna. Yep, 100% accurate Anna. Yes.
Enemy over here.
Let's get this barricade moving. Intensify.
Establishing aerial position.
Doing. Yeah. I don't know what that was.
I see an enemy.
Use your sleep dart already. I just hit the wall. Trigger delay.
Always more to learn. On the move.
Welcome to Cheat Watch, guys. Fucking phenomenal. Bye.
I will not waste this opportunity. Patience and progress. I see an enemy.
And Q just for me. Good. Seems to be like whenever you see a McCree playing, it's always a Q just for you when you're on Pharah. That's it. Whereas when I use my Q, it's usually to kill a tank or something of high value. They'll use it just, I guess if you really suck at shooting. It kind of makes sense. Fuck's the guy. There.
The skies await. Repositioning. Increasing altitude.
Yeah.
I require healing. Health restored.
Yeah. Alright. You really wanted the D.
I am empowered.
We're gonna have to keep killing the Mercies. I think we're just gonna have to have a policy. Normally I go for tanks. I think we just have to have a policy where we always just try to kill Mercies whenever they're around if we can. Just always kill Mercy. Because they'll literally just res whatever you try to kill. And in doing so, just reset everything you've done.
All systems nominal.
Boy is creeping around.
Never dies. En route. Enemy over here. The barricade is making progress. Seeking for the air.
And 3 tap. Guy does miss some.
I don't stay down.
But also some of the misses look like they're hit reg issues. So if you have your aimbot set up right, guys, you're not going to be 100% accurate. Unless you want to toggle on out. Some people do. Anna? Dude, fucking balls, guys, when they have no idea what they're doing, feel like such fucking worthless tanks. At least when you have a tank that doesn't know what they're doing, they're at least a meat shield. Balls basically roll around the map, and they never apply pressure unless they're doing it right. There's a lot of balls that don't do that right, so... That's what I wanted. Yeah, she fucked off. God. Yeah. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Mercies also seem to be like really low self-esteem where they'll just give up right away, like that shit. So if you start bullying them, they actually... I don't... Like, I'm not into bullying Mercies, but they're so strong in the game now, I don't think you can't not bully Mercies. You just have to kill them every single time you fucking see them. And that's it. There's a lot of Mercy mains, too, that just fucking play Mercies constantly. Ooh, he's really accurate now. Okay. Okay, Mercy. No, we're gonna kill her. Want her flying away. That's so mean. Yes, it is. Bot grenade away. That distance. We probably didn't need a Q her, by the way. On the corner, we probably could have killed her without queuing. The thing is, if the moment she gets line of sight on someone, she can just Guardian Angel to him. And then she's basically gone again. Unless we can mid-air her on Guardian Angel, which is very difficult.
Increasing altitude.
Okay. I was like, is he gonna help at some point? He just kept doing it until the guy left the world. Okay. Good. I don't know if he's creep walking down the stairs right now or what. You. Wow, look at that. That's when you get a really good tank, is when they start doing that. That shit. That's why I hit X, by the way, so someone knows I'm sleeping. And if you get a really good teammate, they'll just try and, There he was. Need a fucking ult. There we go. Yeah. Alright. Thick Genji, huh? There we go. Yeah, good too.
Time for the reckoning.
Yeah, I think this is where we're at now. Normally I try to prioritize killing tanks, guys, but I think... So if I use an ult and I kill a tank, and there's a Mercy around, she will res them, and I'll almost always die during my ult. So if I overextend as Pharah and I have to kill something, I have to kill a Mercy. Because otherwise she'll just res, unless the res is down, which you can't always keep track of that because they don't always use it. I have to know if the res is down, otherwise I have to go for the Mercy, and then whoever I can kill after the Mercy. And killing supports, by the way, isn't generally that bad in the game, especially if you can kill both of them at the same time. That's really hamstrings the team. But it actually just seems like you have to kill the Mercy, otherwise she undoes whatever you do. And on a push, that's a big deal. Like, you have to stop them from doing that. So, I think where we're at right now is just killing Mercy. It's kind of sad because Mercies are usually the most wholesome of support players, especially when they when they main Mercy. But Blizzard has made them so important that now basically you have to kill Mercies. They've made them so good that you have to kill them. So this is where we're at now, where you have to kill. It almost feels like putting you're putting a pet down or something. I don't know. That's fucking weird. It feels like you should be happy to be around them, but now it just feels like I have to kill Mercies just all the time.
Traveling to prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Because if she gets a res off, there's basically everything I've done is just pointless. So killing a Mercy is basically, if someone's dead, killing a Mercy is like killing two people because she can res them and then she's still alive. Sad point we're in, guys.
Strike from above. I don't work with criminals.
I have to put Mercies down. Which is, by the way, not super easy if they know how to use their movement abilities. Which also makes it even more difficult when you have DPS that are focusing you because you're playing Pharah. But if we can, we're going to try and prioritize killing Mercy. I think is now where we're at. Normally... Hello? Go away. CPU's doing something in the background. I mean, she kind of already is. Meta's not... Like, she's not really a bad support at all. If she has some DPS to hang around with, or tanks, which she always does, by the way.
I need healing. I require healing. Thank you. Thanks. I see an enemy. I have the objective.
You have to go after the very precise... Bye. Widow. And the Ana is very precise, too. I don't think if I booped her, she would have actually sleep darted me if I booped her.
Always more to learn. Establishing aerial position. Ist nicht getan.
Mercy. And headshot.
No one can hide
No.
from my sight.
I don't stay down.
Let's play the Do We Have a Cheating Widow game, guys. You just shot the Tracer.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
How the fuck is she in the middle of the Doomfist shooting me?
Let's show him some air power. Yeah. Taking off.
Headshot the Kiriko. Once again, like, I'd like to be able to go after the Mercy, but we can't with that fucking thing sitting back there, so. Beautiful. Now we gotta kill the Mercy. Because if we don't, she'll res that.
Excellent teamwork.
Lovely. Like fish in a barrel, guys.
My rockets are fuel.
Escort the payload.
No. Trying to get a beat on me right now.
Establishing aerial position. What's up?
I specifically sat there waiting for the Doomfist to land.
Returning to battle.
Good shit. So we definitely have a cheating widow in our plat games here, guys.
Positioning.
This is in top 500 OWL shit. Get rid of that. No, he was gonna die. I was trying to do it roll around the corner.
The Kitsune is
Always
ready to
more
be
to learn.
unleashed.
On the move.
Meteor strike.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Good. I was hoping I get healed. Instead, our healers were DPSing, so.
Shake it off.
Hello. On my way, on my way.
I almost feel like it doesn't feel like you can actually hit X anymore to ask for healing. Feels like if you do, you just will get healed less. Because there's so many Reddit posts about how you shouldn't do that. I had a Genji that just asked for heals. That's it. Entire time. Just asking for heals. And I still have this Widow that constantly just creeps around corners looking directly at me. Does she have infra? She actually does. Miss.
Let's show him some.
If Blizzard doesn't, they should 100% look at targeted cheating. I don't think she's missed on me. Yeah. Yeah. I'm literally behind the entire team right now, guys. There's a Tracer in front of me with a tank.
I see an enemy.
Up she go. I love to see your bike. I love to see your bike. And headshot. Through the trees and limbs and branches.
No one can hide from my sight.
What? Actually looked like the tree should have blocked that, but, you know, that aside. It's particularly why I was using the tree for cover. Alright. Good for us. And almost every single one of the kills, or almost every single one of my deaths, was to the Widow. So it's definitely cheating and possibly mainly targeted cheating. So. So, if you guys didn't know, there's stat-based banning in the game. However, one of the ways you can get around it is just to focus one player that's just giving the team problems, or if you just hate them because you're an asshole. You can obviously just kill one person over and over and over again. And your XC doesn't look that much worse or better than normal, because you're going to be trying to shoot other players and missing. So, but they had a lot of kills there, but like half my, I think almost every single one of my kills was the Widow. Every single one of my deaths was the Widow.
Increasing altitude.
I need it.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Ha! Okay.
Repositioning. Establishing aerial position.
Yes. Bye. That's not a good sign. That probably means our widow friend is fucking, yeah, our widow fucking cheating. When she just killed the Mercy in the middle of Guardian Angel coming over the bridge. So, we got another cheating widow. Good. I don't know what she was doing prior to me joining.
Up and away. Thanks for the assist.
Not with you. Group up. I don't want to say I'm fucking with you, Blizzard. I want to say group up. Reg. Insta headshot.
The skies await. Aerial positioning underway. Enemy here. Stick with the robot.
Let's hit that. Hey guys. Ah, I needed that.
Systems ahead.
Buddy.
Repositioning.
We're gonna go around the side here. Tracer was trying to kill me just now. Good.
I am power.
She missed. I could have actually been behind something though. Now we have multiple people chasing me around. At least we have a Mercy healing me, so there's that.
You weren't watching the skies. I see an enemy.
Missing now. Uh-oh. Did she get a warning on her cheat that her accuracy is too high? And she better turn it down, otherwise she's gonna get banned? Oh no! Our 100% Widow that was doing pop shots on us earlier is now missing, guys. Isn't that weird? That's my wallpaper. Isn't that weird?
Enemy here.
Is that the Widow? Yes, it is. So, if people have too high of accuracy, it doesn't look like stat banning is based per game. Like, it's just like your overall stats. So what you'll see is when people are cheating and doing really well, when they have to toggle off, this guy swapped to McCree, despite the fact he was insta-killing everyone earlier in the match on Widow. And all of a sudden he just started missing all of his shots and doing poorly, and now he's on McCree, which I'm sure he's going to do well on. And then he's going to go into a quick play game, probably with his friends, and tank his accuracy. So he doesn't need to worry about a stat ban. It's actually pretty amazing that this, like, you can figure out, like, all the shenanigans that they do, and then make a system built around it to fucking deal with that shit. Like, when people do shit like this. Because that guy was doing really well on Widowmaker, and then all of a sudden he just missed all his shots. Thanks, gone. That is the McCree / Widow. Okay. You're just looking at my teammate through the wall? His teammate. That's his teammate. Okay, well. I don't think I ever want to say I'm with you. I want to say I group up. That's it. I just think group up in general. Very accurate again. Incredibly accurate. This is the Tracer. Stop. Someone kill him? Nope. Yeah, I wish you could turn off the I'm with you. I don't want to say I'm with you. There should be an I'm on the way command. I never want to say I'm with you. I want to tell people to group up so they stop staggering and stop trickling. Very accurate soldier here. Dead. Moira. Moira was not running.
Group up. I will not waste this opportunity. Group up here.
Yeah. Like, the last thing I want to tell that Junkrat is I'm with him. Very accurate soldier again. No, he's definitely looking at people through walls right there. Must have been the Mercy. He's definitely cheating.
Overtime. We must stay with the robot to win.
Repositioning.
It's almost like fucking Pokeballs, guys. If you can imagine this shit.
If we stop them,
Is everyone dead?
it's over. This ends.
Good stuff. So, as I mentioned before, guys, like, the cheeky fucks almost always are cheating. It's, like, pretty ridiculous. Like, shit like this. Like, that they're just, like, jacking off in chat. Like, they're fucking playing Pokemon, guys, and just pulling out their Pokemon when they have enough fucking accuracy on them. Yeah, and then they gotta go spend some time with their friends or even just, like, fake accounts in, like, a quick play game or something. And just tank their accuracy.
Now entering Midtown. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Oh, so, fucking weird. We're in the age of Overwatch Pokemon, guys. I choose you, Soldier 76, because you have accuracy headroom. Wishing. And by the way, it wasn't like he didn't play Widow for a long period of time before swapping. It wasn't like, oh my god, I'm doing so horrible now, I'm tilted or some shit like that. He like died once on Widow and then swapped off her after missing a shitload of shots. When we saw him by the bridge, it's when they swapped. I choose you, Soldier 76, teehee. Fucking kids.
Our mission awaits us.
And once again, I really wish this game in an anonymous mode so I wouldn't ever need to, so people wouldn't need to see my names, and I wouldn't have to worry about, like, anyone I'm playing against ever.
3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
Ever.
Enemy over here.
Buddy. Oh, no, I'm back here.
Messy, but we got it done.
Hey guys. Bye guys.
Don't think so. Aerial positioning underway.
And here comes very accurate soldier. Not. Sometimes they have really small minimum
Systems nominal.
lock-ons too. They aren't hard stuck to you.
Positioning. Up and away.
That was a pretty fucking cheeky miss. The only reason that missed was because I turned around. Coming? You coming? No? Okay. Looked like he's watching me through the wall just now.
Let's show him some air power.
Objective lost. Stop the pain.
On the move.
Yeah. So, pretty sure our soldier's cheating. So, like, whenever you see him start to miss, you'll stop firing, and he'll start firing again when it snaps to your chest, and then he does it again over and over again. Yeah. Exact Z height of where I'm coming through the window, or around the wall. Exact Z height again. Yeah. He's 100% cheating. So that was him just staring at me through the wall, and he couldn't help himself because he's so low in health. Good shit. He couldn't help himself. He knew how low I was in health, and he's like, oh god, I really need this. I fucking need this. I fucking need this, guys. Makes me feel so fucking good. I had to try. Because he didn't kill the rest of the team now, so. Care about that. So Soldier's definitely cheating. He toggled on. Who was at the beginning of the match? That wasn't I guess he's just Soldier. He was lagged behind everyone else. Sometimes when people are cheating too, like, for some reason their cheats don't turn on right away. And you have to wait like 1 to 2 minutes before they turn on. Because he lagged behind everyone else when everyone came out in front. Oh, that was a Symmetra. That was a Symmetra, wasn't it?
Aerial positioning underway.
Guess he didn't like dying. Huh? And 0.7 seconds of invulnerability just saved everyone from dying there because Security Code needs the most powerful ability in the game. Good. I don't know why anyone would ever bitch about Kitsune Rush when that exists. This shows kind of like players are not very objective of what happens around them in the game because it's very heated. That guy's aim also looks weird. It's like he's having a seizure every time he's looking around. Missed. Yep. Alrighty. And surprise with a name like that, guys. Isn't that weird? It's almost like he got this said to him so much he had to project it onto other people. Because he hurts inside. Good. Fun, fun, fun. This is all kind of the wonderful people you see in the world, guys. Good for them. There's no way. It's an honorable contest between gamers. He's another gamer, too. He works at Best Buy. His name's Fred. I know him. There's no way he cheats. I've seen him. I've known him since childhood. Yeah, Fred probably got yelled at too many times at work, by the way. He got angry, and he came home and cracked a beer, and he's like, fuck, I hate this game. Let's make it more fun. Welcome to the world we live in. Yeah, like the moment they got shit on in that little alcove of Symmetra was the end of that. He just toggled down on soldiers like, I gotta do this. And the thing is, like, if I swapped off Pharah, maybe we could have got a little bit of a benefit out of that game, right? Because you can swap characters. Not necessarily because soldier counters Pharah as much as the guy would be more likely to toggle off. You wouldn't see the cheating as much. Pharah is 100% cheater bait. People fucking hate Pharah. More than probably any other character in the game, even Widow. And for some reason, people are oddly accepting a Widow just insta-killing them from across the map. Think McCree's gonna get a lot accurate? And then the McCree showed up. Fortunate timing, I guess.
Making another approach. En route.
She's like, oh my god, you're going for the medkit. I know there's a medkit here too. I'll go for it too. Oh, that fucking timing. The fuck is that, guys? Holy fuck. It was like it was there to counter my Q. She was at full health. Why?
I don't want to talk about it.
Damn voice comms?
Repositioning.
Like, did the McCree just tell her that my Q just came up and then she toggled to use her voice block? Huh. Interesting. Like, when you see shit at that, like, it wasn't like she just had, like, a weird moment where she was low on health, right? She was full health, and then she ice blocked in front of the doorway for some reason. Uh-huh.
Making another approach.
So McCree at the beginning of the match was missing all of his fucking shots. For the first minute or so, I would say. Hi. It always seems like the hardest targets to hit are the slow ones. Huh. Okay. Good old dude. He had a chance to kill me there too, and he didn't. How'd you do that, Lucio? You could have killed me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. That is hilarious. That she died. Uh-oh, is the cheater complaining about other people cheating? No way. you. Uh-huh. Apparently he knew I was low on health. Good for him. Although sometimes you get, you get indicators. I think, healers can see who's low on health by healing anyone that's doing damage. So if someone shoots, like they shoot someone that they're healing, they can see the damage on the person that their teammate shot. And since Lucio has a giant radius, he can basically get intel on a lot of people. I don't normally play healers, so I don't know how that works.
Work together and we'll make
Good.
it
Fucking Mercy running away, though. Jesus fucking Christ. I swear sometimes this game feels like something's stopping you from killing people. Which is where dynamic difficulty adjustment comes in, by the way. Roll. And aimbot. Hit the pillar, guys! Once again, I really miss this time when this game did not grab you on walls. You could actually slide off pretty much fucking anything. They changed that at some point in Overwatch 1, because I didn't play Overwatch 1. They changed that since I played Overwatch 1. Where the walls grab you, or maybe it's even in Overwatch 2. Where the walls will grab you now, where you can't slide just off of them. Unless you hit them, like, directly. Which is really nice. Because then I could have slid off that wall instead of getting stuck on it and then dying to the McCree bang. Which I knew was coming. I thought I was going to be cheeky by hitting an E. Huge waste of time, by the way. In the time this happened, we could have had 2 pushes. Run away. He fucking ran away. He just didn't even want to die. Now he's goose-stepping because he knows I'm low on health. Sure, it'd be nice if the rest of our team showed up. For some reason, it's not on the point. Okay. Good.
Take caution.
37-17. This is a pre-made, by the way, if you aren't getting that based on the teamwork here. Good. Which is all why they're also trying to out-focus me. They're literally just fucking walking in to try and kill me. That's hilarious. Uh-huh. Oh, he's actually cheating. He is 100% cheating. I didn't think so based on his accuracy, but once again, this is why when people cheat, guys, you can't just, like, if they have relatively normal accuracy, it doesn't mean they aren't cheating. People can cheat and not want to get banned, for instance. Alright. So, McCree's cheating. Unbelievable. Yeah, he fucking seemed weird, but his accuracy wasn't that high. That was like normal accuracy. Good shit. Next game. Putting aside the fact that he was hounding me constantly, but that's just normal. So, normally expect. Giveaway there was when I came over the top of that ledge, he was looking directly at my fucking face. He was tracing me behind the wall as I came over the ledge. Yeah. Holy fuck, guys. Oh, it's also 4:30 in the morning. Okay, no rage queuing, guys. I'm done for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. We'll continue on with this. I think I'm going to be buying a 13900K. That's just the way this goes. We had some, I guess we didn't really have any good games tonight. We just had a lot of cheating tonight. We've had worse nights as far as cheating goes. Some nights we've had like almost 2 people per match that were cheating. If every game. I think every game tonight we had a cheater in it too. Almost every game. I think we had 2 where we didn't have cheaters in them. 3. Pretty crazy. That's where Overwatch is now. You can literally type in Overwatch cheats into Google and find something that works for the game. So, I didn't just teach you guys how to cheat. If you couldn't figure out how to type 2 words into Google, yeah, that's nothing special. I didn't give you a passcode or anything. That's just how easy it is to cheat at this game right now. So, yep, welcome to Cheat Watch, guys. And everyone and their mom, as it turns out, a lot of people are willing to step over their bridge. Surprise, like when you run into a bunch of shitbirds that are willing to shitpost and be assholes online, they actually are willing to extend that to their gameplay. Weird, huh? I wouldn't expect that. That's just mind-blowing. But alrighty, guys. We're out of here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. Yeah, I'll probably be ordering the 13900K at the end of the day. I think that's where we're going with things. The 7900 X3D was not very good. 7950 X3D has too many issues, and I don't want to deal with them as an early adopter for a $700 CPU. It doesn't make sense for a bit better performance than 13900K. 7800, if you're waiting, 7800 X3D is really where you want to be, and I think it'll be a good contender, assuming that the frequency isn't too low where it actually impacts things. And if it does, AMD is really being a shitbird at this point. But I guess that's where we're at, also where we're at, so yeah. I think I'm just going to opt for 13900K, and that's just the way it's going to be. 6 months later, after launch, I guess the price came down a little bit, but other than that, yeah, just wasted 6 months where I could have had a new PC, and instead I waited to see what AMD had, and waited, and then here we are, so. Alright, guys, I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. If you're new to the stream, enjoy the bullshit, enjoy the fun, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream Enjoy the Tech Talk. In the podcast section, I stream every night from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. I'm out of here for this evening, though, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s. Yeah. All right, guys. Good. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.